This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, April 9th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The UW Faculty Senate on Monday evening drafted a resolution of no confidence in UW President Ed Seidel's leadership following some departmental turnover and recent funding controversies and allegation that he falls short involving others in major decision-making. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the UW Board of Trustees considered that statement and the concerns that prompted it during a lengthy executive session Tuesday morning.
He was very nervous and gave a speech like, I am going to do better, including others in my decision-making and top decisions at this university. And he was looking just nervous. And then the executive session happened and everyone came out. The board chair said, we're going to make a committee to promote this concept of shared governance that the faculty have identified as a weak spot.
Seidel promised publicly in Tuesday morning's board meeting to address faculty and leadership concerns. Wyoming's congressional delegation Tuesday basked in the glow of a White House ceremony where President Donald Trump signed 4 executive orders aimed at reversing a nearly decade-long decline of coal. It's potentially a watershed moment to boost the economy of the nation's #1 coal state, according to Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry.
No state is going to benefit from this more than Wyoming. These orders to help the coal industry by, for example, removing the moratorium on federal leases. Coal companies, like other energy companies, lease federal lands. Well, there was a moratorium on that. This scraps the moratorium. It does other things. It looks to keep coal-fired electricity plants up and continuing to run, even though many of them were scheduled to be retired.
The nation's 2 largest coal mines by far are in Wyoming's Powder River Basin, which extends north into Montana. An anguished father stood in Natrona County District Court on Tuesday asking for the maximum sentence possible for the 16-year-old boy who killed his daughter, shooting her at point-blank range in a Southside park last May. Evan Castaner pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of his former girlfriend, Linnea Brown, in a deal with prosecutors. At the end of Tuesday's 2-hour sentencing hearing, Judge Daniel Forgy sentenced Castaner to 42 to 75 years in prison, a move that concerned the defendant's attorney, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck.
His attorney, Ryan Summerad, is appealing that decision. He's arguing that on a second-degree murder charge, which he pled to, which he agreed to in a plea deal, that it's not only unconstitutional, but it's illegal because he's a juvenile, and it would put him in a place where it would be technically a life sentence because he's as young as he is, 16 years old right now.
Brown's father told the packed courtroom that the death of his daughter at age 17 at Castaner's hands changed his family's lives forever. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, on March 21st, 1962, a 2-year-old black bear named Yogi had a rough day. He was ejected from a supersonic bomber at an altitude of 35,000 feet, supposedly to test the effectiveness of the bomber's escape system for human flight crews. According to accounts of the test, Yogi landed safely and apparently unharmed 7 minutes and 49 seconds after he was ejected. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that despite surviving that adventure, poor Yogi's fate was still sealed.
They wanted to test, I guess, the viability of the ejection system. It was an actual pod that the pilot or crew members would eject out of. But instead of risk a human the first time around, they used a bear. Yogi was a 2-year-old black bear. They put him in there and ejected him. I think they were at 35,000 feet going around 870 miles per hour when they ejected poor Yogi. And he survived the ordeal. Unfortunately, a short while later, they put him down so they could do examination of his internal organs to see what sort of damage had occurred.
One retired Wyoming ecologist pointed out that it's likely that Yogi endured his ejection ordeal and later died for no reason, because using a bear to test human survivability under extreme conditions doesn't make sense. Other than the fact that humans and bears are both mammals, the physiology and anatomy are very different. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show here, Hump Day Wednesday. I'm Jake. Here's what we're going to cover today. UW president escapes firing for now, but a vote of no confidence from the Board of Trustees after inexplicable departmental turnover. How long will Sedell last? A lengthy sentence for a 16-year-old who said he just wanted to kill someone before shooting his ex-girlfriend. He'll be 91 years old when he gets out of prison. National check fraud crime ring is busted after they were found recruiting the homeless to do their dirty work. Lawmakers say they'll consider stronger punishment after a teen was stalked by a 41-year-old woman who received a small fine and probation. Remember that time in the 1960s when the Air Force tested its ejection system using a 2-year-old black bear as a guinea pig? Yeah, not our finest military moment. Trump gives a shout out to Wyoming coal, even as hundreds of the Cowboy State gathered in protest of his administration last weekend in Cody and Jackson. These stories and more coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. Let's take a look at your weather forecast to get this day going. I think you're going to like it. Sunny, windy, 61 in Casper. Wind and sun will be the theme of the day pretty much, as we alternate between April showers and some pretty nice days. Sunny, breezy in Lander, 62 the high. Sunny at 58 in Evanston. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy. You'll top out around 60. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, highs 51. And Alpine, mid-50s with plenty of sunshine. DuBois, sunny, windy, highs around 50. Jackson, mostly sunny, little breezy with highs in the mid-50s. Thermopolis, sunny, breezy, 65 today. Cody, about 60 with sunny and some wind blowing through. Buffalo, a slight chance of rain afternoon. Otherwise, sunny, breezy with highs 56. Sheridan, sunny, approaching 60. Mostly sunny in Gillette with highs around 57. Newcastle, maybe a little rain today, but otherwise mostly sunny. Just a quick shower, 58 the high in Newcastle. Torrington, sunny, breezy. Double sixes, mostly sunny, breezy in Lusk with highs in the upper 50s. Cheyenne, sunny, windy, 63 today. 56 in Laramie with sun and wind. Laramie, mostly sunny, windy, highs in the upper 50s. Same with Saratoga, partly sunny, windy with highs 59. That takes you through the state. Not a bad day today. Still celebrating Monday's National Beer Day on Wednesday. I'm making it like an all week. I'm having like it's birthday week for me. It's not just one day. I mean, you can't just have one National Beer Day. It's National Beer Week. At least that's how I'm playing it. We'll have Claire McFarland on the show later today. She'll explain what a vote of no confidence is when it comes to the University of Wyoming President Ed Seidel, who was visibly relieved after a 2-hour Board of Trustee meeting. Seidel has done some questionable things in his leadership, mostly just not transparent. And the most recent was the ousting of a popular, beloved, if you could say, professor, a dean, just fired. And that was the final straw. The Board of Trustees convened for 2 hours the other day. On Monday, they did not fire Seidel. They stopped short of firing him, but a vote of no confidence isn't great either. I mean, usually, and we'll ask Claire when she comes on later, usually a vote of no confidence just kind of paves the way for your departure. It basically says you should resign without saying you should resign. You know, it's like a mafia. You know, you really should. You really, when the Board of Trustees says it's a vote of no confidence, you shouldn't feel relief, in my opinion, if you're the president of the university. A vote of no confidence is kind of like the mafia paying you a visit. It's the last time they're going to come around to your liquor store before suddenly it burns down. This is the last time we're coming around. Me and Vito are paying you a courtesy visit, and you really should stop doing what you're doing. We know you've been skimming. We know you've been whatever. We know you've been doing this, and maybe it involves a facial thing, you know, the Board of Trustees. You really should stop. You really should step down. A vote of no confidence is kind of saying, yeah, we have no confidence in your leadership. If that's exactly what it says. I mean, you want the quote from the board themselves? This behavior has created a culture of fear among some faculty on campus. This behavior meaning the president, Seidel's behavior. The president's lack of leadership and loss of faculty trust, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, they're laying it out. We have no confidence in your leadership. Things have been bad in your leadership. Nobody's confident in you. There's a culture of fear on campus. What are you doing? You need to involve others in your decision-making, the board said. In Claire's story, she says President Seidel visibly relieved. I wouldn't be relieved. You're going to be relieved pretty soon. A vote of no confidence is the first step toward we need your resignation. Again, it's the mafia visit to the rogue candy shop that isn't paying for protection. It's the one store on the block that isn't paying for mafia. You know, you really should. Me and Vito just paying you courtesy visit. You really should think about stepping down. And that's just, that's me. That's my take. We'll ask Claire if that's what she thinks. She'll let us know. Other stories we don't have this morning. Greg Johnson normally would be on the show, but he's tied up with, work, and says he's not going to be able to join us. So we'll just have to somehow sludge our way through this Wednesday. Ugh. Well, at least it's day 2 of National Beer Day. We got that going for us. A lot of good stories in the Cowboy State Daily. A lot of good stories to talk about really anywhere and everywhere, including, speaking of the college, University, Wyoming, a UW-led study of pronghorn and the mass winter die-off they experienced back in the winter of 22-23. Big pronghorn die-off. And a study led by University of Wyoming, found the major blame to be fences. Duh. I mean, if pronghorn, if the antelope can't get to where they need to go, and they make seasonal migrations south, basically to warmer climates in the winter. And if they can't get there because of fences, that's a problem. And for those of you who don't know, for the most part, there are some exceptions, but for the most part, pronghorn, despite their speed, and they're one of the fastest land mammals on Earth, you know, next to the cheetah and I don't know what else. I mean, they're pretty darn fast. Pronghorn can zip along. But for the most part, these speed goats, as they're affectionately known by Wyomingites, refuse to jump fences, even though they very well could. I mean, given their speed, can an antelope jump a woven wire fencing? Probably. Can it jump over a barbed wire fence or a buck rail fence? Probably, but they prefer not to. They don't like leaving their feet, these pronghorn. So they'd rather scoot under fences and they get caught in them, or sometimes they just don't even try the fence. And the problem in the winter of 22-23, according to the UW-led study, said fences and roads and other man-made objects and obstructions were the reason for the mass winter die-off. The winter was cruel and harsh that year, and the pronghorn were trying to access areas that were maybe a little more milder. And for the pronghorn, many were trying to access areas they had not traditionally been. So that was unknown territory for these antelope, and they encountered fences that they refused to cross or didn't know how to get by, and they would just stack up in the fence and just die there. Severe winter struck Wyoming's Red Desert December of 2022. One pronghorn doe that was radio collared made a desperate escape attempt, trudging 240 miles through a snowbound wasteland. But for the most part, that doe, by the way, ultimately died, as did many that year. Pronghorn can cover many miles in a day, speeds up to 60 miles an hour in open landscape. But they don't like roads. Who does? And they don't like fences. And there's so many of them now in Wyoming that that was the major reason that the huge die-off of the antelope of pronghorn in the winter of 22-23, the study led by University of Wyoming. You can read that on the university website. And it's also upcoming. It'll be out in the April 21 issue of the Current Biology Journal. Yesterday, I forgot a lot of things yesterday that we should have covered. Let me get my music ready, because yesterday there was a significant death in the music world that we should have addressed. One of my favorite bands, the drummer, died. I bet nobody knows his name. It'd be a tough one. I forgot his name. As soon as I hear his name, I suddenly remember. Oh, yeah, I remember that guy. This guy, this band, you can hear his drumming right here. All right, that's all I dare play for fear of copyright infringement. Yeah, Clem Burke of Blondie died yesterday. Clem. I mean, it was Debbie Harry's band. Blondie, was all about Deborah Harry. For sure. But Clem Burke was a pretty good drummer. Important part of that sound. Jimmy Destry, the keyboard player. I hung out with him a few times when I lived in New York. He would have been, when he was with the band, he would have been like 17 years old. He was really young. And let me look him up. Jimmy Destry was the keyboard player for Blondie. He's 70 years old today. Wow. And he's from Brooklyn, New York. That makes sense because I would see him and hang out with him through a mutual friend. I met Jimmy Destry, and we would hang out a couple times. And he would have some great Debbie Harry stories and Blondie stories. And he was with the band. If he's 70, born in 1954, well, I guess he wasn't that young. I thought he was really, really young when he joined the band. But let's see, born in 1954. Blondie was, when was their fame? I can find out if I can master the internets. That song I just played was released in 1978. So, yeah, let's say late 70s. And he was born in 1950. Oh, this is going to require more math than I am up for at this hour of the morning. Let me get my calculator app. Some people have already done this in their head, but I'm going to need a whole calculator. 1978 minus 1954. Jimmy was, oh crap, I've screwed it up. 1978 minus 1954. People already have this is not working. Dang it. If somebody's already done the math, please let me know on the Facebook Live page, or if you're watching on YouTube, or if you want to text us at our number, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. 1978 minus, I had a stupid calculator, minus 1954. He was 24. Okay. Well, he wasn't that. I thought he was way younger than that. Well, he seemed younger when I met him. 78. Yes. I mean, he joined the band at, maybe the band formed. Yeah, the band formed in 1975. So he was 21. So he was pretty young. But Clem Burke, the drummer. Yeah, that's getting back to the topic. Clem Burke, the drummer of Blondie, died yesterday of cancer, announced on X by Deborah Harry, the lead singer of Blondie. Just thought I'd pass that along because I missed it yesterday. What else is going on? I don't want to get into that story yet. Gas is up in the last week. Gas and diesel up more than 6 cents, while crude oil is down. You can't tell me there's not market manipulation or some kind of external forces at play. Crude oil, I'm pretty sure it's under $60 a barrel now. Crude oil is in a 4-year low. Remember when crude oil was up to like $100 a barrel and there was a real crunch at the gas pump? I mean, it made sense. The crude oil is how we make our gas. Crude oil is $58 a barrel right now, as of today. $58 a barrel, 4-year low. Yet gas prices in Wyoming up more than 6 cents over the last week. What gives? It's market manipulation. It's trading. It's I don't know what it is. If I knew, I would be in the stock market, which I'm not. The stock market is just plummeting right now, thanks to the tariff, people being afraid of tariffs, not the tariffs that have done it. Trump says, stay the course, don't panic. Other experts, economy experts say, just let things level out. The tariffs are going to work. Already we're seeing cheers by shrimpers out there in Maine. It's Maine, right? Where do they do all that shrimping? And fishermen, they're excited because suddenly American caught seafood is going to get a fighting chance, that industry. And Wyoming coal, there's indications that Wyoming rare earth, President Trump just shouted out Wyoming the other day, called us out by name and said he's excited about the future of Wyoming coal, in part, thanks to tariffs. Sean Barry had that story. Trump calls out Wyoming while signing pro-coal executive orders. President Donald Trump mentioned Wyoming by name and its Republican delegation yesterday, at a signing ceremony where Trump was sounding a lot like Trump. I wish I could do a Trump impression, but this sounds totally like Donald Trump. He said, Trump, quote, from the podium, we're bringing back an industry that was abandoned. And we're bringing back beautiful, clean coal. He loves the word beautiful. Several times he referred to, according to Sean Barry, beautiful, clean coal. Beautiful, clean coal. I can't do Trump. But if I could, you can imagine him saying, in Wyoming, they had the beautiful coal. In Wyoming, they have the coal. They have the coal. They have the beautiful coal. That's how he says it. In Wyoming, they have that black coal, the beautiful black coal. The first lawmaker Trump recognized by name was his right-hand man, of course, U.S. Senate Republican whip, John Barrasso. Called him out, mentioned Cynthia Lummis as well, the second person he mentioned. And he moved on to House members and gave a shout out to Harriet Hageman as well. Trump called Lummis a fantastic woman, quote, unquote. She believes like I do, Trump said. President Trump also had high praise for Harriet Hageman, calling her one of the finest attorneys you'll ever see. Trump said, quote, I've seen her in action, and she is brutal. Harriet can put that on her calling card now. Use that in her next campaign. Maybe use that in a meme. Maybe put that up on the wall, I don't know, make a poster out of it. President Trump, quote, I've seen her in action. She is brutal as a lawyer. That's an impressive quote. Yeah, a story from Sean Barry. Read that. We got to take a quick break. Blown through my first stop. Whoops. One quick break here in the first hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back with no Greg, but I'll do my best Greg Johnson impression.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in our opening first hour. Stories we're following. We just mentioned UW President Ed Seidel. Vote of no confidence from the Board of Trustees after a 2-hour marathon meeting where he could have seen his job go bye-bye. And maybe it's not over yet. He wasn't fired. But a vote of no confidence is no great shakes either. Dale Killingbeck has the story about the 16-year-old Casper boy. 16-year-old. Who said, "I just want to kill someone," before shooting his ex-girlfriend. Point blank. He was sentenced yesterday to 42 to 75 years in prison. That's quite a time span. Now, we all know what happens when you get a lengthy prison sentence, 42 to 75 years. The chance that you'll do 75 years is practically zero. You would have to be a horrible model prisoner in prison. You would have to do more bad things in prison to serve the full 75. You're going to go to prison, you're going to clean up your act or pretend to clean up your act, and well before the minimum 42 years, you'll be eligible for parole. And considering the prisons are all full, and for the most part, we're a bleeding heart prison society where we think, oh, he's learned his lesson. You know, I don't know when he'll be eligible for parole with a 42 to 75 year sentence, but I would think sometime well before 42 years. But theoretically, if he served the full term, this 16-year-old would be 91 years old when he gets out of prison. Evan Castner pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of his former girlfriend, Lene Brown. The deal was worked out by prosecutors For the girl's family, the pain is still raw. Her father says, I scream on the inside all day long. The boy had broken up with Lene Brown and then met her in a park after stealing his mom's 9mm handgun. Here's a lot of what it's the heart of the issue. And you can't possibly sum up what's wrong with society in one simple stroke of the brush. But this is the big problem facing society. This is the big reason why 16-year-olds are stabbing each other and shooting each other all across the country and in Casper. In my opinion, here we go into the Zoom room. Here we go into the room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
It's a fatherless household. Plain and simple. For the most part, we could do the math. We could crunch the data. But when I find out a 16-year-old has obtained a firearm in his house and shot his ex-girlfriend before I need to know anything, I could virtually guarantee you he's probably does not have a father at home. And in this case, he doesn't. And he probably doesn't have the mother at home, really. And in this case, he doesn't. And I'm not blaming the mother. When you're a single parent household, you've got to support the kid. You got to work. And that's where the mom was. The mom was in Montana working a job. And she left the 16-year-old in his own supervision. Oh, man. I can't think of too many 16-year-olds I would leave alone for too long. I mean, some. But in this case, Michaela Castner was away at a work conference in Montana. She had left her handgun in a carry case in a concealed carry purse in her closet. Her 16-year-old was home unsupervised, found the gun, met his ex-girlfriend at a park, and shot her. No father around, no mother even around. And Evan gets a weapon and shoots his ex-girlfriend. Okay, I'm going to go back out of the room. I'm making reference, by the way, if this is radio, every once in a while I put myself in a visual. As suggested by my bosses whenever I drop opinion. I mean, Joe Rogan drops opinion all day long on his podcast. He doesn't go into the room. I go into the room if I'm going to be especially naughty. But yeah, I feel for Lene Brown, who is in her family. There's Lene Brown's life cut short. The family has to deal with that loss. There was emotional testimony at the sentencing hearing, according to Dale Killingback. This happened yesterday in the Trona County District Court. The anguished father asked for maximum sentence possible for the 16-year-old. This incident happened going back last May in Casper. The suspect, now the guilty party, Evan Castner, also said a few things. So did his mom, Michaela, who Michaela knew the deceased. Michaela, divorced from her husband, testified as a witness for the defense, saying she was away at this work conference. She knew of her son's girlfriend. She said, I truly love Lene and adored her. And I pray every day God will ease your pain, she said to the parents. I promise there's not a day that goes by that Lene and you are not on my mind. Evan Castner, the shooter, also made statement at the hearing, Evans said, I would give up my life for her to have her life back. Adding that his actions have, quote, imprisoned me mentally for the rest of my life. Well, that's a different quote from Kastner than the one we got earlier from him. Prior to the shooting, he had said things like, I just want to kill someone, quote unquote. He had also sent text calling his ex, Lene Brown, bad things. You are a bitch. I hope you die slowly. I'm gonna celebrate when you die. Okay. Well, this sounds like a different guy now all of a sudden. Yeah. So, the story from Dale Killingback's 16-year-old Casper boy who said he just wanted to kill someone is now going to also experience what it's like when you're a convicted murderer and you go to prison. 16 years old, headed to prison. That's how he's going to grow up. The rest of us graduating high school, maybe going to college, maybe getting married, getting the first job, your first house. He's not going to see any of that. He's going to be in prison. Dodging bigger guys in the shower, hoping to get out of there relatively unscathed. 42 to 75-year prison term sentence. Is it too much? Is it not enough? Other stuff we're getting to, the national crime ring. David Madison had this story because there was a bunch of banks in Montana, as well as Wyoming, that were targeted by fraudsters who forged phony paychecks and then had homeless people try to cash them in at local country banks. So this crime, it was an organized national crime ring. They were hitting banks in Montana and Wyoming, not some of the major banks, but some of those little country banks that don't know any better. Maybe they have less security, maybe the surveillance camera hasn't been working for a few weeks. Nobody's really fixed it. Maybe they have less of everything in place to, obviously they were targeted for a reason. And they would cash these bad checks, and every once in a while, a smart teller would figure something out, and the homeless person would be left on their own. The homeless person would say, well, I'm just doing, this guy asked me to do it. He said he'd give me $50 if I came in and cashed his check or whatever. Police finally got to the bottom of it and have made arrests. It's DeCoris Smith and Stanford Lightfoot. Two of them have been arrested on charges that they were behind this check fraud crime spree. I'll share a photo for the podcast, folks. The crime spree with a name like that has a do-gooder ring to it. They were calling their whole thing Operation Homeless. At least that's how they were selling it to the homeless people that they convinced to go cash these checks. Operation Homeless. Sounds like an initiative to help the growing number of people in Montana and Wyoming. Help them get by, but the multi-state criminal operation was preying on local homeless individuals who happen to possess valid ID cards. That made them the perfect patsy to go into a little country bank and pass these forged checks. And when caught, they were abandoned to take the blame, said the U.S. Attorney's Office. But that whole crime ring has been busted, infiltrated. Good job by law enforcement. A good story from David Madison about how that went down. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues right after this break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Not sure this is the right music bed for this next story. I might have to pair something a little better. I don't know if that's any better, but good enough. I'm always amazed by how different thinking was decades ago. You know, stuff we did, we, like mankind, us, what did we do? Stuff we did, you know, back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. It seems, looking back on those times now, it seems like a lawless period. It was Wild West. When you look at, you know, how families brought up kids in the 80s and kids drinking out of the garden hose, riding in the back of pickups, U.S. government, U.S. Air Force ejecting black bears from their supersonic jets. What were we thinking? I mean, considering the Russians shot a chimp into space, I guess compared to that, the Air Force testing a B-58 jet bomber, testing its ejection system using a bear named Yogi is not nearly as bad, right? I mean, did that chimp ever come back? We were in a race to see who could get to the moon first, and Russia got off to the lead by the Soviet Union, the then USSR, Soviet chimp in space. I gotta hear if he came back. They shot dogs into space. Oh, the United States used chimps. Oh, wow. And Russia used dogs. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like, going back to the 1960s, could this stuff ever fly today? Excuse the pun. Could we shoot a dog into outer space? People would be upset. Even though we still use dogs today to test mascara, right? Which is ridiculous. In the early days of the space race, NASA trained chimpanzees, including chimps named Ham and Enos, to test the effects of space flight on living organisms that would pave the way for human space missions. Ham was the first chimp launched into space January 31, 1961. I don't see resolution where they shot into space and then studied in space and then left to die there, or were they brought back? I'm not sure. Soviet Union used dogs. They launched a dog into space on Sputnik 2 in 1957. They also used chimps later. But basically, yeah, the Russians shot dogs into space. U.S. shot chimps into space to test stuff. And then it was the U.S. that shot a bear out of a jet. Oh, man. This story from Mark Hines, U.S. Air Force testing its B-58 jet bomber back in 1962 by ejecting a bear named Yogi at 30. Here's how fast the bomber was going. It was one thing to eject from a jet, and see if you're going to survive that when the pilots have to emergency eject. I mean, that system has saved many a pilot, I'm sure, but it's not something you look forward to as a pilot. In fact, Mark Hines has a pilot quoted in the story who's saying he had to do that once, and it was not fun. March 21st, 1962 is when this went down. Tucker Fagan, a retired U.S. Air Force colonel, former commander of the F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne, told Cowboy State Daily he had never heard of that particular test about the bear. He said it made him chuckle. He said this was, and he's being facetious here, I believe, with his quote. He said, this was American ingenuity at its best. That the Air Force would use a 2-year-old black bear equipped. The black bear was in some kind of, containment, and then was ejected from a B-58 that was screaming along at 870 miles an hour. Golly. Fagan said the speed alone must have been brutal to endure. As a human test pilot, George Smith once had to do an emergency ejection at similar speeds. In 1955, he ended up in a coma for 5 days. So for this bear to be shot out of a jet going 870 miles an hour at 35,000 feet, last time I checked, there's no oxygen up there. So Fagan said Yogi almost certainly would have been equipped with an oxygen mask during his test ejection. And Fagan speculates they must have hooked him up with oxygen, but they probably had to restrain his front paws to keep the bear from ripping the mask off in panic. Oh, I'm sure. So Yogi shot out of this jet, 870 miles an hour, 35,000 feet. Nearly 8 minutes later, Yogi lands via parachute safely. And I'll share some photos of the whole thing. 1962 Air Force, the bear. That's Yogi on the left I'm describing. That's his little, in the middle photo is his car seat, his jet seat. Looks just like a car seat you would put a child in now. And then, he gets his own helmet with oxygen-fed helmet over there. And Yogi, in the photo, Yogi's got this his eyelids are halfway down. He looks drugged up pretty good. I can imagine he was somewhat drugged. All to test what would be, human survivability under these conditions. But would the test have any practical value? Because a bear is not a human. And Chuck Neal, retired federal ecologist Chuck Neal, bear expert himself, said, using a bear to test human survivability doesn't make sense. He said this test would not have any practical value to be of use for human survival standards. Other than the fact that humans and bears are both mammals, Neal said the ursid physiology and anatomy differs greatly. Examples are layers of body fat on a typical bear, which, of course, the bear can, allows the bear to hibernate. I mean, we're just a lot different. So Yogi, despite surviving this ejection at 870 miles an hour, 35,000 feet up, survives this only to be put down. He was euthanized later. Boy, thanks a lot. Just so his organs could be harvested and studied. Like, what did we do to his organs? Did this have any bearing on later ejection systems used by the Air Force? I have to wonder. Or was this just bizarre evidence of stuff we did in the 1960s, including, smoking while pregnant? I think my mom, I don't know if she's listening. I think my mom might have smoked while she was carrying me. This is, 1960s. We didn't know any better. 1962, we didn't know any better than shooting a bear out of a jet. This poor bear. In hindsight, retired USAF Colonel questions how anyone thought this was a good idea. Story from Mark Hines in the Cowboy State Daily. Too crazy to believe? Maybe. But a lot of stories coming out of Florida and a lot of stories coming out of the 1960s are often too crazy to believe. Too crazy to be true, but they are, I guess. On a semi-related note, yesterday we were talking about the dire wolf and the company that claims to have resurrected, claims to have de-extincted the dire wolf and brought it back. There are some in the professional community saying it's not a true dire wolf. Hold on. But let's say that Colossal Biosciences has really done it and has brought back the dire wolf. They have been on the Cowboy State radar for a while. Andrew Rossi did a story with his company quite a bit ago and talking about their efforts to also resurrect or bring back a woolly mammoth. Colossal Biosciences hopes to do that by 2028. They also want to bring back the American bison, the dodo, maybe a couple of other weird animals from long extinction. Andrew Rossi has got a new story out following up the news yesterday about the dire wolves resurrected from prehistoric DNA. Andrew knows Colossal Biosciences pretty well. He's done stories, as we said, about this company, and his story is pretty interesting. We'll talk to Andrew later and get his first person eyewitness account of what it was like to speak with the folks at Colossal Biosciences and their their efforts to bring back Jurassic Park, I guess. I don't know what the end goal is. Maybe Andrew does, but the dire wolf, I fear, is only the beginning. More to come. And we got more to come on the show. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after the top of the hour news break. We're not done yet. Just getting started here on this Wednesday. Hour 2 coming up with a lot to get to. Claire McFarland will join us. Andrew Rossi, as I said. A lot of special guests today. And a lot more to cover on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. We'll see you on the other side of the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, April 9th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. When a 16-year-old Glen Rock High School student approached Wyoming lawmakers Tuesday at the state capitol to ask for harsher penalties for adults who stalk minors, state leaders agreed to look into it. The teenager was Jillian Holman, who was the victim of a 41-year-old woman who was sentenced last month for impersonating and bullying the girl and another teen. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Management Council, which is the Wyoming legislature's administrative arm, met Tuesday to consider whether the Judiciary Committee should research ways to bolster Wyoming's stalking laws.
Her main point was what the victims in this case perceive as a weak point in Wyoming law, where a grown-up stalking a minor faces a misdemeanor unless there's something like an injury or a protective order already in place. And so she was saying, we should have something harsher when adults stalk children.
Marcy Smith was sentenced to 2 years probation last month and fined less than $1,400. Legal gaming has grown in leaps and bounds in Wyoming over the past few years, and the Wyoming legislature hasn't added much oversight on the $2 billion per year industry. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the legislature's Management Council created a new committee Tuesday that will be directed to get better control on legal gaming in Wyoming.
I spoke to Senator John Kolb, a Republican from Rock Springs, who was one of the people who spoke in favor of this proposal. And he just believes that gaming in Wyoming needs a lot more regulation and control, and that the horse has kind of gotten out of the stall, so to speak. So what this select committee will do is look at issues related to gaming and just try to learn a lot more about how it works.
The gaming industry in Wyoming is overseen by a citizen commission and staffed department, but only the legislature can create new laws to rein in the industry. House Bill 85 was brought during this year's legislative session and would have addressed these issues, but it died before passing into law. Well, it's a crime ring with a name that has a do-gooder ring to it, Operation Homeless. What sounds like an initiative to help the growing number of people in Montana with no place to live is actually part of a multi-state criminal operation preying on homeless individuals. And Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that one of the people responsible for this crime spree in multiple states, including Montana and Wyoming, was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison on Monday.
Would recruit them, dress them up to appear as though they were coming from a specific job, and then have them cash a counterfeit check that matched the outfit somehow. They had the technology, the printers, the graphic arts skills.
Stanford Lightfoot, a 33-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, pleaded guilty to bank fraud and aggravated identity theft. He was sentenced Monday to 57 months in prison and ordered to pay over $160,000 in restitution. Decorah Smith, Lightfoot's co-defendant, pleaded guilty to similar charges. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Colossal Biosciences, the company whose goal is to genetically resurrect the woolly mammoth by 2028, rocked the world Monday by unveiling the return of a long-extinct species, the dire wolf. Romulus and Remus, two white-haired pups, were born in October 2024 with the genetics from dire wolves that lived 11,500 and 72,000 years ago. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the depth of this achievement is more nuanced than two happy, healthy, white-haired wolf pups.
What they did was they analyzed the complete genome of dire wolves, which went extinct 10,000 years ago. They found 14 to 20 unique genetic signifiers that showed how dire wolves were different from modern-day gray wolves. And then they just did some tampering so that these two wolf pups named Romulus and Remus were born with the genetic characteristics of dire wolves rather than gray wolves.
In the meantime, ongoing research at Natural Trap Cave in Wyoming's Bighorn Basin and the famous La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles, California, is trying to answer questions about the prehistoric world that left dire wolves and other prehistoric species behind. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16. Divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years, and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continuing here in the second hour on a Wednesday. Don Day will be with us momentarily. We'll talk weather. I'm going to pose to him the weather question I had, which is, which element of weather is most responsible for the weathering effect of your lawn furniture, let's say, or anything you leave outside 24/7? Like for me, a lawn chair. And you watch what Wyoming weather does to outdoor furniture, and it's unbelievable. I mean, the first thing is your colors are all bleached out because of the sun. I guess the sun at this elevation at 6,000, 7,000 feet, the UV rays so much more powerful, and it just bleaches out, washes out color very quickly. Fabric or wood or anything you leave outside 24/7. And then what does rain and snow do to your stuff you leave outdoors? What does the wind do? All these effects are, when you say something is weathered, sometimes you buy something intentionally with the look of being weathered. Or you could just leave it outside in Wyoming for like 3 months, and whatever it is that you want to be weathered will be weathered. What does that? Sun, wind, rain, snow, all the above. We'll see. Don Day will talk about how things get weathered. At least he doesn't know that, but that's what we're going to pose to him later. Let's check out this story from Leo Wolfson. I hope to have Leo on in the final hour today, talk about this and other stories. Leo had this going back Monday. Chinese export restrictions could help Wyoming's rare earths industry. You know, there's the tariffs going on, the 104% tariffs against China. China vows to fight to the end through these tariffs. Is all this economic strife going to help any domestic production of rare earths? There are indications it certainly could. Wyoming's rare earth minerals industry cautiously optimistic about restrictions China has put on exporting rare earth minerals. This is in response to President Donald Trump's tariffs. Trump slapped the tariffs on China. China said, okay, we're not going to give you any more rare earths anymore. And Wyoming is saying, good. That's what we wanted to begin with. But can Wyoming produce enough? Rare earths are, we've talked to Renee about what rare earths are. They're not necessarily rare, but they're difficult to extract. Rare earths such as, and excuse my Latin or whatever these words are, medium and heavy rare earths come in things called samarium, gadolinium, terbium. Notice the common denominator. All rare earths end in IUMs. Dysprosium, lutetium, scandium. Oh, yeah. These are things you regularly find on the shelves of your average CVS. Rare earths, and they're used by American companies like Lockheed Martin, Tesla, Apple. All these companies depend on these materials to make their products. Your average iPhone needs rare earths. And until U.S. production of rare earths ramps up, until Wyoming can ramp up its rare earth production, there's speculation your average iPhone could triple in price. You want to pay $3,500 for your next new iPhone? That's the fear. That's those headlines and stories I'm reading. The iPhone could cost as much as $3,500 because of tariffs, because of now rare earth export bans by China. And the U.S. has got to start mining rare earths here in a hurry. And that could be good news for Wyoming in the end, if Wyoming can get going with production. This story from Leo Wolfson has Wyoming's rare earth producers and certain companies cautiously optimistic that this may be a good thing in the long run. Here's Leo and Wendy talking about it.
Well, it's an unprecedented time to be involved in international business due to President Donald Trump's tariffs, and Wyoming's rare earths minerals industry is smack dab in the middle of it all. China placed export restrictions on the quantity of rare earth minerals that can be shipped out of that country last Friday as part of its sweeping response to Trump's tariffs. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that if the restrictions last, it will cause a significant impact to Wyoming's burgeoning rare earth minerals industry, which could be a positive in the long run.
They're looking at it from a very cautiously optimistic perspective. I spoke to Melissa Sanderson, who is a non-executive director at American Rare Earths. American Rare Earths is currently working on a minerals project near Halleck Creek outside Wheatland that the company has previously reported could be the richest rare earth deposit in the world, with an estimated 2.6 billion tons of rare earth minerals there. And even though they're not going to be starting mining until at least 2029, she said if China holds tough on these restrictions, it could be a boon for American rare earth companies.
The purpose of Trump's trade war is to help bring jobs and economic opportunities back to America. The American rare earth minerals industry, however, is for the most part not commercially operational yet. That leaves a major question mark as to what China's restrictions will mean in the short term.
Yes, you heard Leo and Wendy sharing that story. It won't be till about 2029 that Wyoming expects they'll be able to ramp up production of rare earths. So we got to hang in there for, I guess, a little bit of what? 2029. That's going to be the end of Trump's administration. Maybe by then, China will be flooding the market again with rare earths. But as it stands now, China severely limiting the stuff it allows out of country and into the U.S. And they include rare earths. They include certain weapon productions and other things that China makes everything, right? Everything's made in China. But how much of it's going to be headed to the U.S. anymore on those big ships pulling into the California coast? I don't know. What other stories are we following today? How about, just to kill some time till Don Day gets to the scene, cicadas are expected to emerge this spring. Now, almost every spring there's a cicada thing, but some of them are cyclical, and some of these cicada booms, or whatever you call, I guess they're called broods. In this case, it's cicada brood number 14, XIV. That's 14, right? In the Latin, yeah. Cicada brood 14 has the highest chance of returning after 17 years. Scientists are expecting this will be a once in a 17-year cycle of cicadas, special kind of cicada, a brood 14 cicada. These periodical cicadas are different from the annual bug that appears every summer. So for the first time in 17 years, a certain type of insect will emerge from the depths of the underground and could be coming to a state near you. Starting in late April, brood 14 will likely make its blockbuster appearance in 14 states across the eastern U.S. We don't get the cicadas out here in Wyoming. We'll tell you what states are due to see this special once every 17 years cicada. They look kind of cool, but they make a lot of noise, and of course they're pretty destructive to crops, right? Aren't they just heck on crops? I think so. Yeah, they can do some munching. I mean, they come through and they just devastate crops. Here's where cicadas are happening. Which states? I've got a map, but I can also, on the map's not going to help you folks on radio. Kentucky and Tennessee are scheduled to get likely the most of these periodical cicadas this summer. So get ready. Kentucky and Tennessee. A smaller batch may be hitting central Pennsylvania. A large central patch of cicadas will extend from northeast Georgia to southern Ohio. So get ready in those states. Cape Cod, Massachusetts, you might see some. There are populations of this 17-year cicada brood 14 cicada on Long Island, New York. Once temperatures get to, ground temperatures get to about 64 degrees, these cicadas will emerge, will suddenly hatch. They've been planted down there 17 years ago. It sounds like a science fiction movie, right? When the aliens have been here all along and they finally come up from the ground. Yeah, cicada brood 14 has the highest chance of returning after 17 years, and we're going to see them this spring, this summer. Coming to a state near you, but not a state near us, thankfully. That's mostly an eastern thing, these naughty cicadas. I thought I had a sounder on what they sound like. I'm not sure it's going to work. It's probably got a commercial before it. It says cicadas are not destructive. Oh. Well, I don't know about that. Periodical cicadas may be big, but there's nothing to fear. They aren't harmful or invasive. They don't sting. They don't bite. They don't carry disease. If a pet eats a cicada, and I can think of many dogs and cats as well, that would find cicadas as being delicious. Look, it's a sky raisin. Dogs will eat cicadas. They aren't destructive to plants or gardens either. Really? Since they don't eat. Instead, they only drink plant fluids. Well, that doesn't sound very good for the plant. But according to this article, cicadas are not destructive, nothing to fear. I don't know about that. That's a question we should ask. All right, that's the first question for Don Day. That's kind of suspect. Don Day, I'm reading some news here. It's a little sus to me. It's about the 17-year periodical cicada. Brood 14 is scheduled to hit some states in the east, primarily, the cicada. Cicadas, every year we get, a batch of them. But this is a rare, different species. It stays underground. It's been hatching for 17 years. When the soil temps get to 64 degrees, it's going to pop out. And here it comes this spring and summer. And supposedly, they're not destructive. They don't bite humans and they don't eat plants. Well, what do cicadas do? I thought that's what all they did.
Yeah, I don't know much about those. I know they're a big deal in the South, obviously.
All right. Well, you need.
But it's interesting. Bugs and temperature. When things hatch, it's a like almost precise to a degree Fahrenheit way to understand how the temperatures are going.
Yeah, that's a good harbinger, right? Like we always look for signs of spring. The robin, the mountain bluebird, hummingbirds will be here pretty soon, probably in a month. Mine show up, early, mid-May. And I see a hummingbird map showing that they're getting here. So some things you can tell by the thermometer. And you say insects pretty reliable, huh? You can tell.
Oh, yeah. Especially around 50 degrees. When you start averaging 50 degrees, that hatches a lot of things. Every bug's a little bit different. But, if you wanted to keep track of when you start to see bugs, there's a direct correlation to temperature because they need the warmth to hatch.
Very interesting. I saw some yesterday. I saw some slow-moving flies, like they can't go real fast because it's too cold for them yet. But what happens when we get, like right now, some really nice days? You get some flies that are starting to feel it. Oh, boy. And then we get an overnight, cold. What's a killing frost? That mostly deals with plants in your garden. But what's it going to take to kill a fly hatch?
Well, yeah, a lot of the flies, I didn't realize this till not that long ago. A lot of the flies we have here are not flies that only last a year or a season. They can actually survive the winter.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And so a lot of the flies we have, that's why sometimes, I noticed this in the winter at our cabin in the mountains is that, all the flies that got in during the fall, they're dead on the floor. You vacuum them up or whatever.
Yeah.
But they'll get into crevices and you warm things up and here they come. And a lot of times I found out I'm seeing them outside. So it's hard. Put it this way. To kill a housefly is not easy.
Man, I don't know. I don't know what you're going to have to do to the weather to kill the average housefly. And it's too much to ask of you to bring the east something that might deal with their cicada hatch that's on the way. But let's just do regular old forecasting for today. What do we got going? You said Thursday, Friday, you want to maybe play hooky, book a tea time. It looks really nice. Even today, not too bad.
Well, yeah, today's going to be windy. That's the thing. In the wind-prone areas of the state, there'll be wind. It's going to be a little cooler today. We did have some overnight showers last night across the north. Most of those are gone now. But you mentioned Thursday and Friday. Tomorrow is going to be a little touch cool, maybe. I mean, we're still looking at near to above average temperatures, but it's still going to be a delightful day because the wind will drop off. And then Friday and Saturday, the air is coming right out of the deserts. I mean, we're going to really have a quick warm up, but at the same time, temperatures Sunday and Monday go right back down again, which is typical. So it's the roller coaster of April that we're on. And late Saturday night, Sunday, there's going to be some showers with the colder weather. But of all the days that look the best, it's going to be Friday. But boy, tomorrow doesn't look bad either.
All right, I'll take that. Now, I wasn't going to lead the weather discussion into an insect area. My question for you today was going to be, what is it about Wyoming weather that has the most weathering effect, particularly if I leave my deck furniture out 24/7 all year round, just leave it outside? I mean, the average lounge chair, chaise lounge, the average deck chair, I mean, it doesn't last long in Wyoming. It gets bleached out. The paint's gone in a year. I mean, is it sun, wind, rain, and snow, or is it all of it?
Well, it's all those things, but I tell you, the UV that we get from the sun at our high altitudes here in our dry climate destroys just about everything, and even if the package says UV resistant or all of those things, I've yet to find anything in Wyoming that's actually UV resistant. You mentioned anytime you get a bright plastic or it's really colorful, it's something that's part of your outdoor equipment.
Yeah.
Not only does it fade it, but it degrades plastic, makes it brittle. But it's really our sun that does most of it.
Eat stuff up in just one summer. Yeah, our lifespan of stuff left outside is not good. Okay, Don, I appreciate it. Great forecast. Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Don Day weather forecast for Wyoming looking pretty good today. I'll take that, and especially Thursday and Friday, looking forward to that. Let's take a quick break. Back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're in hour 2 here, and moving on to our next topic of discussion, our next story. Andrew Rossi will be in the Zoom room here in just moments. But right now, let's take things to Claire McFarland's story. I think we may have to take a quick pause for the cause for me. Yeah, I'm going to go to the Game and Fish show. We haven't done that in a bit.
Some old friends returning to the landscape after a long winter's nap. Reminders for those living and recreating in bear country. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. As bears begin to emerge from their winter dens, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department wants to remind outdoor recreationists and homeowners to take the initiative and avoid conflicts with bears. Wyoming Game and Fish Department Large Carnivore Conflict Coordinator Brian DeBolt says taking a few simple precautions can help anyone avoid a potentially dangerous encounter with a black or grizzly bear. He says we want people to stay diligent to avoid any potential bear conflicts. Bearwise Wyoming on the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website is a solid resource for recreationists, outdoor enthusiasts, and anyone who lives in bear country. The program provides education on how to avoid conflicts with bears and using effective deterrence measures when necessary. Now, the big thing for residents in black and grizzly bear country to remember is keeping garbage, livestock, pet feed, and birdseed properly stored and unavailable to bears. Barbecue grills should be kept clean and stored in a garage or shed when possible to limit attractants that can draw bears to areas where people live or camp. The majority of people do a good job of securing attractants away from bears, but we all can forget, so a good habit to get into is simply keeping everything unavailable to bears all the time. If you recreate in bear country, be aware of the potential for encounters. Carry a defense and be alert for bear activity. Avoiding surprise encounters is important, so hike in a group and make noise as you travel so that bears can hear you. Recognize areas of heavy bear use by knowing how to identify tracks, scat, and diggings. Areas with carcasses or scavenging birds should be avoided, as bears may stay near a carcass to defend it. Commercially available EPA-approved bear spray can be an effective deterrent if confronted by a bear. More resources and information on reacting to confrontations with bears is on the Bearwise webpage. Game and Fish strives to minimize conflicts between people and large carnivores, as well as quantifying and evaluating how situations occur. It's critical that the public notify the department if a conflict arises as soon as possible. DeBolt says in most conflict situations, bears do not interact with people. Rather, they obtain unsecured human foods, livestock or pet foods, garbage, birdseed, stuff like that. He says if we're notified quickly, the Game and Fish can take action to deter ongoing conflicts, which is good for both people and bears. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Yeah, I had to take a little emergency break. Sorry, but a good time to play the Game and Fish deal. Shireen got me into playing that. It's fun to hear what the Wyoming Game and Fish is up to every now and then. Lawmakers are considering stronger laws, particularly after this case of a 16-year-old that was stalked and bullied, and the 41-year-old woman who was sentenced last month for doing the stalking and bullying. It's maybe an unusual case of stalking and bullying. Normally you think of bullying as a teen-on-teen violence kind of thing, but in this weird case, Gillian Holman is the 16-year-old, and she and her boyfriend were being harassed by a 41-year-old woman online who the woman was posing as someone else or hiding behind, an avatar identity. You can read all about that story as well. Follow the whole saga about Glen Rock teen and family recall harrowing year of stalking and impersonation. A Glen Rock, Wyoming woman who we learn is this 41-year-old received 2 years probation and a fine of a little bit over $1,000, I think like $1,300. She was behind a year-long effort to stalk and impersonate a teen girl and her boyfriend. And it's just weird. I can't remember the reason even behind it. But this began when Gillian was a sophomore in Glen Rock High School, 15-year-old. And there were anonymous and fraudulent texts by someone trying to make people hate Gillian. I mean, your typical social media crap, throwing shade at each other. But in this case, Gillian Holman, who is almost going to turn 17 soon, was being harassed and stalked by a Glen Rock woman, Marcy Smith, 41-year-old, who was found that the case was solved. They traced it to this 41-year-old, and she received, I guess, Wyoming doesn't have real harsh punishments for the kind of things she did, which is stalking and harassment and bullying. And she received stalking is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail, $750 in fines. It's not chargeable under the 10-year felony version unless the suspect injures someone or violates a protection order. So in this case, the most you could do is a year in jail. But in this case, Marcy Smith, 41-year-old stalker, bullier, received 2 years probation and a fine of, I think, $1,300 something. So, it didn't sound like enough. So recently, the 16-year-old victim in this case, Gillian Holman, asked Wyoming legislature yesterday to study ways to stop adults from stalking minors. And lawmakers agreed something needs to be done. The Management Council, which is Wyoming's legislature's administrative arm, met Tuesday to consider whether the Judiciary Committee should research ways to bolster Wyoming's stalking laws. Among other decisions they discussed yesterday, the council did direct the Senate and House Judiciary Committee chairman to take on the topic. Chair Art Washut, Republican out of Casper, confirmed the Cowboy State Daily that action is being taken. Marcy Smith, the 41-year-old, stalked Gillian and her boyfriend Preston for nearly a year with fraudulent texts and posts and etc. Constant stream, what Gillian said, in her words, was a constant stream of messages and a never-ending feeling of being on edge. Smith, as an adult, should know better. And I am not sure if it's ever been disclosed, and we'll get a chance to talk to Claire McFarland today, and I'll ask her if the reason behind the stalking. I don't get it. I don't know if it was ever if there was some kind of bad blood or relationship. But it's kind of weird how it all started, but certainly maybe some tougher laws. Lawmakers have been asked to kind of double down on stalking and bullying legislation and asked by the 16-year-old Gillian Holman herself. This happened yesterday. Yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to Claire and getting more clarification on that story. Leo Wilson also has a story about the legislator wanting to tighten up regulations on Wyoming's gaming, otherwise known as gambling. I love when the word gaming is used for gambling. Gaming, it just makes it sound so much better. It's gambling. In fact, Leo Wilson says, to lead the story, legal gambling has grown in leaps and bounds in Wyoming over the past few years. And the Wyoming legislature hasn't added much oversight on the $2 billion a year industry, and that's got some feeling a little nervous. State Senator John Kolb of Rock Springs wants to see more control over gambling. And he's seen the impacts of a lack of local regulatory control firsthand. In 2012, he was county commissioner for Sweetwater County, and he watched things get out of hand in his own county. There was failed legislation. House Bill 85 was brought just this past session, and it would have addressed the issue, but it died before passing into law. But there's still talk, still efforts to do something to get better control over the gaming industry. And a lot of it has to do with after gaming is approved somewhere, there seems to be less control. Once you approve legal gambling somewhere, there's less ability to then manage it from the lawmaker's standpoint. Leo Wilson explains more with Wendy Core about that story, and it sounds like this.
Legal gaming has grown in leaps and bounds in Wyoming over the past few years, and the Wyoming legislature hasn't added much oversight on the $2 billion per year industry. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the legislature's Management Council created a new committee Tuesday that will be directed to get better control on legal gaming in Wyoming.
I spoke to Senator John Kolb, a Republican from Rock Springs, who was one of the people who spoke in favor of this proposal. And he just believes that gaming in Wyoming needs a lot more regulation and control, and that the horse has kind of gotten out of the stall, so to speak. So what this select committee will do is look at issues related to gaming and just try to learn a lot more about how it works. Senator Tim Salazar said that he believes there's kind of a sentiment in the legislature that a lot of people don't understand how it works, so they don't even want to deal with it.
The gaming industry in Wyoming is overseen by a citizen commission and staffed department, but only the legislature can create new laws to rein in the industry. House Bill 85 was brought during this year's legislative session and would have addressed these issues, but it died before passing into law.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Leo, for explaining that story a little more. And that's in the Cowboy State Daily. Got to check that out. Also in the Cowboy State Daily, Andrew Rossi. Several stories from him, all funner than the next one, including the dire wolf thing. That, we were talking about that all day yesterday. And the dire wolf brought back from extinction after 10,000, 12,000, 13,000. Yeah, I see different, varying numbers, but whatever. We haven't seen a dire wolf on this planet in quite a while. And now they're back, supposedly, and that's due to the efforts of laboratory folks like Colossal Biosciences. And Andrew Rossi has an interesting story and an interesting take on Colossal and what else they're working on. The dire wolf was only the beginning. They have grand plans, and Andrew will explain after this quick break.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues this Wednesday, hour 2. Andrew Rossi into the Zoom room. This foreboding music bed, intentional, because we've just changed the world. It's Jurassic Park all over again. Have we not learned from Hollywood? The dire wolf is resurrected. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, the caveat on all of that is sorta.
We're going to get to that, whether this is a true dire wolf and how scientists have recreated 3 of them, de-extincted 3 of them by tweaking DNA, scraping fossil DNA, old fossils. And yeah, so Andrew, we were talking about this all day yesterday, ethical implications of bringing back extinct species. This company, you've highlighted Colossal previously, Colossal Biosciences and their efforts. We knew, or we were given the heads up to expect efforts to bring back the woolly mammoth, for instance, maybe in another 3-something years. But you were on this, you've been on this. So news that broke yesterday about the dire wolf, whether that's really newsy or really a dire wolf, talk about going back previous stories, Andrew, with the relationship you have and your contact with Colossal Biosciences, what you know that they've been doing, and is this a big accomplishment for them? It's just the beginning. They have big plans.
they have extremely big plans. So it is an accomplishment in terms of what they want to do, which is, and I think that's something. I spoke with Julie Meechin, who is a world-renowned mammalian biologist who studies ancient DNA. She's done a lot of work in Wyoming's Natural Trap Cave, and she told me that the thing that gets lost in the scuffle is that the dire wolf, that's getting exactly the reaction that Colossal wants it to. That's getting the big press reaction, all the attention and everything. Their core, the meat of what they're trying to do is use these DNA problems, solving these puzzles to help with modern day conservation. So by exploring the genome of the dire wolf and resurrecting it to an extent, and we can get more into the specifics of that, but by doing that, they've mapped out the entire genome of the gray wolf, and they're hoping to apply the knowledge that they've learned from this to save modern day species. So it's more about saving what we have today rather than resurrecting what's from the past. But that company has been valued at around $10 billion or somewhere in there. And you've got to have something to show for your work. And resurrecting the dire wolf is better for the bottom line and the publicity than, just saying it's like, oh, we've done this great conservation work on gray wolves. Because we know how controversial modern day wolves are. So if you're going to stir up controversy, it might as well be for a wolf that's been extinct for 10,000 years.
Interesting. I didn't think about that because, yesterday we were wondering to what end. It just sounded like science doing something just to prove science can. But in this case, the way you explain it, yeah, Colossal, to begin to create something new, you first have to find maybe what it's closest to, and the effort to map the entire genome of a gray wolf is perhaps a good thing in the end. You might learn more things about a gray wolf and turning on and turning off certain genes. I don't know that. So you wonder, like, to what end result is do we have 3 new dire wolves? It's not to release them into the population or create an island like Jurassic Park. And here, it's maybe more to learn about animals that we do have and how to protect them and save them.
Yeah, dire wolves, honestly, I've spoken with Colossal CEO. I've talked with a bunch of people on their scientific team, and dire wolves never came up in previous conversations because I think for the reason that you mentioned, we're not talking about reintroducing dire wolves into the wild again, but they are thinking about how they can, once they get mammoths genetically resurrected, which they're hoping to do by 2028, that's the deadline that they've set. They're hoping that they'll be able to eventually reintroduce mammoths into a natural ecosystem because they play such an important role in carbon sequestration by their analyses. But something I want to point out, not to tout our horn too much, but getting Julie Meechin in to weigh in on our story was a valuable asset because a lot of people in my circle are pointing out how the dire wolves, like, they're not dire wolves because they don't look anything like we expected dire wolves to look like because their coats are so staggeringly white. Well, Meechin is a co-author on yet to be published research where she said that that's not a fluke or anything. That's what the genetic research was revealing to them outside of actually recreating it in an actual animal, is that when they looked at the genome, they did not see any traits that suggested that dire wolves had dark colored pigments in their fur, that they were these very light colored animals. And she doesn't have an explanation as to why that's the case, but that's what the science says, regardless of the dire wolf pups that everybody's losing their minds about. And the fact that there was a study published in 2021 that said dire wolves and modern day wolves were very distantly related. Their last common ancestor lived 6 million years ago, and everyone's saying, it's like, okay, ergo, these can't be dire wolves because they're not that closely related to modern day gray wolves. And Meechin was a co-author on that study, and she's a co-author on this study that said, we were wrong in that 2021 study. Based on this new analysis, they're still not very closely related, but dire wolves and gray wolves are more closely related than we previously believed.
Yeah, and from what I understand, and we're talking, by the way, about news yesterday that broke that it does seem like a bit of a planted story, like all for a marketing purpose to keep Colossal Biosciences in the news cycle because, the whole dire wolf resurrection, there's many in the industry who are saying, hold on a minute. What we do find, not New Scientist is among many people or interests pushing back on the dire wolf thing, saying, hold on. From what I understand, I'm not a scientist. Andrew, you're more of a scientist, but the gray wolf and the dire wolf share like 99.5% of their DNA, similar to humans and chimps, sharing almost all the DNA strength. But that 0.00, that point something DNA, that's where the dire wolf breaks away from a gray wolf and has distinction. Those particular genes, even though it's infinitesimal percentage-wise, it's still millions of variations from what I understand. And Colossal said they tweaked like 14 or 20 of these DNA pairings. And New Scientist is among many saying, well, that's not nearly enough to create an actual dire wolf. It's the first step towards departing from a gray wolf and moving towards the dire wolf, but it still leaves so many millions or billions of other things. So I don't know what if you want. How far sciencey do you want to get it? Is this a real dire wolf?
Well, I think Meechan put it best. It's something that resembles a dire wolf. That what they've done is they have tweaked those 14 to 20 genes to express the dominant physical characteristics that they've identified of dire wolves, which is mainly that they are slightly larger than modern day wolves. They have larger teeth and stronger jaws because of the prey that they were going after. So what they've done is they've created something that's a facsimile of a dire wolf that outwardly resembles a dire wolf while still be mostly a gray wolf. But at the same time, for one thing, that's more than what's ever been done before, is the fact that we've been able to isolate these genetic sequences and identify these things. So that's an accomplishment in and of itself. But the thing about extinct animals is that they aren't just what they resemble. They're not their physical characteristics. They're the result of the environments that they lived in. They had behaviors that you can't tweak in a genome and everything like that. So the dire wolf is extinct. And I don't think anybody's saying that the dire wolf is going to come back in all of its glory. Just like if you were to go to the hypothetical extreme, if you're going to bring back Jurassic Park, you could resurrect a T-Rex that would look exactly like a T-Rex did 66 million years ago. But that doesn't mean that it's going to act like a T-Rex did 66 million years ago, because the behaviors that they exhibited, those have been dead. They're long gone, and there's no way that we can bring those behaviors back and teach them. So they're not going to act like they're bringing back the dire wolves. They're going to look like dire wolves, and that's impressive. And that we've learned a lot about how we can sequence their genetic sequence and get an idea of how we can more accurately pinpoint things, so we can not only again try to resurrect extinct animals, but also try to save our modern day biodiversity. But those behaviors are long gone. So while it looks like a dire wolf, and that is an accomplishment, the actual behaviors that made dire wolves are things that we just can't reclaim from the past.
Which explains why Remus didn't just eat the face off the scientist that's holding him up there. He hasn't learned how to be a dire wolf yet, I guess.
Yeah, and they didn't give either of them or any of their dire wolves. They didn't recreate a North American camel for them to hunt. So that's part and parcel with the idea of resurrecting an extinct species.
What we saw yesterday, the news splash was kind of no one really saw it coming. Even insiders like you, who are in contact with Colossal, others say they were surprised to see news of this. It was just kind of a splashy PR thing, maybe for Colossal, but they are doing some serious work. Talk about what you expect to come in the coming years. They're working on a dodo, a Tasmanian tiger, a bison that we saw historically years ago, and a woolly mammoth.
Yeah, well, honestly, the bison work is what makes me most excited. That story, just based on our metrics, kind of got overlooked at the time. But the idea is that they want to examine bison from 10,000 years ago, or even 300 years ago, before they started being killed off in massive numbers, to recreate the bison genome so that they can reintroduce extinct genetic information back into modern day populations to increase their biodiversity and their, the health of the population overall by making it more genetically diverse. And that, to me, that shows that they're not just all about the spectacle. It's not just about bringing back dire wolves and woolly mammoths and dodos. And for the record, I believe that we're going to be seeing all of these things in the not too distant future because they've demonstrated that they have the ability to do this. And as you said, this is dire wolf Mark 1. It's not like they're putting it out there and saying, this is it, we've done it, there's nowhere else to go with this. They're going to keep tinkering and exploring so they can get better at doing these things. It's the concept, really, that they can do these things. And of course, that you have to look at it. That's for the investors in a large part to demonstrate, hey, we're making progress, because bringing back an animal from the dead is more exciting than ensuring a stronger future for an animal that already exists. Because let's be frank, if we as a society cared that much about preserving our modern day biodiversity, we would be doing it with more earnestness than we are. But so you have to have your tentpole species, if you will, to show that the processes and the scientific work that you're doing that's unprecedented is working, is succeeding. And that's basically what these dire wolves represent, that they've got Colossal has a bunch of long-term projects in the works, and some are going to be big attention-grabbing spectacles, but behind the scenes, they're doing a lot for conservation today. And this is just part and parcel. If you're already trying to save modern-day species, you might as well see what you can do to resurrect extinct species.
Well, headline grabbing is the de-extinction aspect, but as Andrew points out, it's genome mapping and all the science behind what could be something very productive in the end out of Colossal. I'm glad you're staying on this story, Andrew. Thanks for it. We'll see you again later this week.
Good to have you back, Jake.
All right, thank you. Let's hit, we got to get into news. We'll see you on the other side of on the Cowboy State.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, April 9th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. The UW Faculty Senate on Monday evening drafted a resolution of no confidence in UW President Ed Seidel's leadership following some departmental turnover and recent funding controversies and allegation that he falls short involving others in major decision-making. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the UW Board of Trustees considered that statement and the concerns that prompted it during a lengthy executive session Tuesday morning.
He was very nervous and gave a speech like, I am going to do better, including others in my decision making in top decisions at this university. And he was looking just nervous. And then the executive session happened and everyone came out. The board chair said, we're going to make a committee to promote this concept of shared governance that the faculty have identified as a weak spot.
Seidel promised publicly in Tuesday morning's board meeting to address faculty and leadership concerns. Wyoming's congressional delegation Tuesday basked in the glow of a White House ceremony where President Donald Trump signed 4 executive orders aimed at reversing a nearly decade-long decline of coal. It's potentially a watershed moment to boost the economy of the nation's #1 coal state, according to Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry.
No state is going to benefit from this more than Wyoming. These orders to help the coal industry by, for example, removing the moratorium on federal leases. Coal companies, like other energy companies, lease federal lands. Well, there was a moratorium on that. This scraps the moratorium. It does other things. It looks to keep coal-fired electricity plants up and continuing to run, even though many of them were scheduled to be retired.
The nation's 2 largest coal mines by far are in Wyoming's Powder River Basin, which extends north into Montana. An anguished father stood in Natrona County District Court on Tuesday asking for the maximum sentence possible for the 16-year-old boy who killed his daughter, shooting her at point-blank range in a Southside park last May. Evan Castaner pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of his former girlfriend, Linnea Brown, in a deal with prosecutors. At the end of Tuesday's 2-hour sentencing hearing, Judge Daniel Forgy sentenced Castaner to 42 to 75 years in prison, a move that concerned the defendant's attorney, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck.
His attorney, Ryan Summerad, is appealing that decision. He's arguing that on a second-degree murder charge, which he pled to, which he agreed to in a plea deal, that it's not only unconstitutional, but it's illegal because he's a juvenile, and it would put him in a place where it would be technically a life sentence because he's as young as he is, 16 years old right now.
Brown's father told the packed courtroom that the death of his daughter at age 17 at Castaner's hands changed his family's lives forever. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Well, on March 21st, 1962, a 2-year-old black bear named Yogi had a rough day. He was ejected from a supersonic bomber at an altitude of 35,000 feet, supposedly to test the effectiveness of the bomber's escape system for human flight crews. According to accounts of the test, Yogi landed safely and apparently unharmed 7 minutes and 49 seconds after he was ejected. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that despite surviving that adventure, poor Yogi's fate was still sealed.
They wanted to test, I guess, the viability of the ejection system. It was an actual pod that the pilot or crew members would eject out of. But instead of risk a human the first time around, they used a bear. Yogi was a 2-year-old black bear. They put him in there and ejected him. I think they were at 35,000 feet going around 870 miles per hour when they ejected poor Yogi. And he survived the ordeal. Unfortunately, a short while later, they put him down so they could do examination of his internal organs to see what sort of damage had occurred.
One retired Wyoming ecologist pointed out that it's likely that Yogi endured his ejection ordeal and later died for no reason, because using a bear to test human survivability under extreme conditions doesn't make sense. Other than the fact that humans and bears are both mammals, the physiology and anatomy are very different. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'll never forget the day I nearly died. I was a young journalist with a great career, starting a family. The only way we found out I had any kind of heart issue was when I went into sudden death. My coworkers sprung into action. They've recently been trained in life-saving CPR protocols developed by the American Heart Association. They're the ones that kept me alive until the medics came. They did many tests on me in the hospital after my cardiac arrest and created a treatment plan, all with research from the American Heart Association. I think unless you are a heart disease patient, you may not know how much work the American Heart Association does behind the scenes to save your life. Since my cardiac arrest, I've had 2 more children. I've watched all 3 of my children grow into adulthood. I'm gonna cry now. Graduate from college, my daughter got married. I have grandchildren, and I'm still here.
Learn more about the American Heart Association's work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 3 on a Wednesday. That's Claire McFarland. Claire, you got a lot of splaining to do, beginning with what means vote of no confidence. And this is from Claire's story, headline story today. UW President Ed Seidel breathes a sigh of relief. I'm not sure if that's the correct response to a vote of no confidence. Basically, the Board of Trustees, after a 2-hour marathon meeting, said, we're not going to fire you, but we're not confident in your leadership. There's a culture of fear.
No, parse that out better. Parse that out better.
That's a direct quote from the board.
No. That's from the Faculty Senate. Yeah, right. So,
okay, then help me. There's been turnover and some departures of deans, professors, and not enough transparency. And it's led to what? Vote of no confidence. What is a vote of no confidence, by the way?
Okay. So there was a recent firing with controversial undertones. the university said, well, this is because he's not giving a clear enough vision for what he wants to do with legislative funds geared toward getting the College of Engineering to a nationally recognized level of excellence. Whereas some people on staff are saying, oh, actually it looks like it's because he stood on principle and wouldn't divert engineering earmarked funds to a potentially tentatively standalone school of computing that the president's wife runs. And so there's this tension and this controversy. The faculty senate, so faculty leaders get together. It was not unanimous. It was like 2/3 ish, if I recall. And Monday night they have a vote to issue a resolution expressing no confidence in Seidel's leadership, which is saying we don't feel comfortable with your leadership. We don't trust you. And again, not unanimous. Some people are like, whoa, this is all hitting the fan Friday, and we haven't had a chance to talk to our faculty and our people. Like, whoa. And so it was not unanimous, but it was a certainly a prevailing majority. And so the university board of trustees, governor appointed, hears from university faculty leaders like, hey, you got trouble. Oh, they don't trust your president right now. So the board of trustees meets on Tuesday morning, 7 a.m. And it was 2 hours is not a marathon for them, but they go into executive session because Wyoming law says if you're going to talk about personnel issues, you go into executive session. And it's a double-edged sword, right? Because when you come out and you either fire someone or keep them, you don't always get to explain to the public why you did that. And then the public, and then narratives clash. And it's like, okay, we get why personnel matters and all the personal HR stuff is hush, but then it puts everyone in an awkward position. Like, we fired that guy or we kept that guy, but we can't tell you why. So generate your own theories and write your own letters, and then it all goes in the press. And not to say that there's not credence on either side. Anyway, so yeah, Seidel was not invited into the executive session, but he kept his job afterward.
And he did in response vow to do better. He seemed to be remorseful. He understood the gravity of what that meeting could have been. With his removal, and he said, I'm going to do better. So, yeah, President Ed Seidel still president of UW for now, but any vote of no confidence, how I understand it, is like the initial salvo to we need your resignation. I don't usually see a vote of no confidence and everything's peachy rosy after that. That's, like I said earlier in the show, that's like the mafia coming by to the only store on the block that doesn't pay for protection. And they say, me and Vito suggest that you get with the program or get out.
Is that what it's like?
That's what I think. Yes, it's the writing's on the wall with a vote of no confidence. But unless, there could be course correction and things could get, and yeah, we don't know all of it. Maybe Seidel's maybe he's on the right track and he's got the right ideas about what he's doing, but he needs to inform more people, I guess. That's what.
Well, I'm not going to pass judgment on his leadership myself, but what the resolution said was, there's this language in our systems that calls for shared governance. So you gotta include more people on faculty, more faculty leadership if you're going to make big gestures and big moves. Like and Seidel's statements of the past few days have been like, well, I do listen to people. I've spent hours and hours listening to people, but I want to do better. And we will do this, and this to do better. And the board took a similar tack, like, okay, we're going to make a committee. We're going to see what, where we can do better, what the issue is towards shared governance. And so the board wasn't like, screw you guys, we don't care. Like, they were like, okay, here's something that we can do to address your concerns.
Let's shift gears. You've been following this story, Claire, since its odd beginning, and it's just strange. I have questions about this one as well. I'm glad you're on with us today. Perfectly timed. Lawmakers consider stronger laws. 16-year-old was stalked, bullied, her and her boyfriend. Normally you think of stalking and bullying, well, at least bullying as a teen-on-teen kind of a issue and problem. In this case, a 41-year-old woman is accused of the stalking and bullying. I believe all, text, all social media related. She was purporting to be somebody she wasn't. She ended up getting 2 years probation, a fine of a little over $1,000. Some folks thought that wasn't nearly stiff enough. Certainly the teen victim in this case, a 16-year-old Gillian Holman, doesn't believe it was enough. She asked personally the Wyoming legislature Tuesday to study ways to stop adults from stalking minors. I don't know how often it happens. My first question is, though, take us back to what happened, and you do have stories. Everybody can go read the stories about what initially happened. But this Marcy Smith, I believe it was. What was her agenda? Was that ever established? Why she had something to do with the teen? Why she was stalking and bullying?
So, in multiple requests for comment to her attorney, she's declined.
Mm.
And I am not a mind reader, but we can look at the things. We can look at history, right? So her daughter was dating Preston Sorensen the end of their freshman year at Glen Rock High, and it didn't work out. They called it off, I think, that summer. They're 15. And according to the screenshots, Smith had this kind of campaign to get them back together, hinting like send her a picture of you in your underwear, and hinting that there should be an exchange of lingerie and, or I guess a gifting of lingerie, things like definitely I would not meddle that much or text those things. But so there's that. And then Preston and Jillian were growing closer over the following months, start of sophomore year into sophomore year. And then the anonymous text pretending to be Jillian or attacking Jillian, claiming she'd been doing terrible things, claiming she was basically a bad kid, are coming out. So there's just this crossfire of text, emails, supposedly from parents, supposedly from teachers, just trying to just drag this girl down. And when they did put it together, she was charged with 1 count of stalking each. She was convicted of stalking, I believe, Jillian, but then for Preston, she got what's called a 301 deferral, where the conviction actually won't enter into her record if she successfully completes probation. So that's why the wording is sometimes in my stories is like, I have 1 conviction to brace my verbs off of, and then I have a deferral for the rest of it.
Yeah, and in Wyoming, stalking for the most part, unless there's some kind of order in place or the violation of some kind of protection order, stalking is a misdemeanor. So you're looking at a year in jail, $750 in fine max. In this case, 2-year probation, $1,300 in fines. But yeah, for Jillian, she's like, that was a year of nightmares. She's going to turn 17 soon. Is the Management Council, Wyoming's legislature's administrative arm, do they seem serious about this? Like, yeah, we're going to look into this next session. You got a point. This is something that needs to be better defined, or there needs to be some more teeth in law. I don't know.
So they deferred that decision back to the judiciary chairman, who both agreed to take the issue up in the interim, according to Art Washit, the chair of the House side judiciary committee. So yeah, so people are on board. Her local senator, Brian Boner, is on board. Art Washit's on board. Like people want to do this. And so they were looking at, do we make a third category stalkers? Because we have misdemeanor, we have felony. Do we make a third category where it's potentially a felony if an adult does it to a kid? And then, so that's kind of which way they're leaning.
Okay. You just so rarely hear of an adult, allegedly harassing or meddling. I wondered what was the relationship. You just don't out of the blue meddle in somebody's life. But okay, now I see why. Yeah.
There's maybe a component with Jillian's mom being a sort of public figure too.
Mm.
Prairie Wife in Heels. She's a Wyoming major mommy blogger.
Right, right.
Yeah, and so there's some like in some of the, I don't know, in some of the texts, it's emphasizing that her, her message of grit and grace. There's a sardonic or an attacking tone toward that in some of the messages.
Mm.
So you wonder if that's a component.
Yeah, I see. There's more behind the scenes, maybe. Okay. But still, it's never right, kids, to stalk and bully.
No, I wasn't saying that as justification. I was saying maybe that's another factor
No,
behind,
yeah. Totally. Yeah. So many red flags in this one, beginning with a Ford hatchback with temp plates. I'm ready to convict just by the choice of vehicle. Meeting up at a loaf and jug to conduct business, red flag number 2, and a 22-year-old still interested in collecting Pokemon cards. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I know a lot of folks are like into their adulthood, into their later years, are still Lego fans and stuff like that. That's cool. But, 22-year-olds living in mom's basement, collecting Pokemon cards and looking to buy one. And man, the seller, during this loaf and jug transaction, what a place to meet and do business. Never hand over the merchandise, man. If the guy says, let me see what you got, you just show him over here, way out here, outside of his reach. But allegedly, Justice Giho, is that his name? Giho?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
I'm going to say Giho. He's like, let me see that card. Is that really worth $3,000? Let me think about this. And he gets a hold of the card and whoosh, there he goes. Build this story for us and make it believable, Claire.
I don't know. I thought the Pokemon card was interesting, and I thought it was really interesting how police were like, and maybe it was the seller, the source seller, or police. I don't know who was the brains, but they were instantly like, these are the card shops. Like, go to this one,
yeah.
Okay, what's his next? I thought that was interesting. I'm not here to be a cop fangirl. I'm here to just report what happens no matter what. But I was sitting there like, okay, like you guys know your Pokemon investigation game.
Mm-hmm. They have to be up on their Pokemon cards. This is
do they teach that down at the training academy? Like,
that's
okay. Here's how to stop the Pokemon heist.
Right. That's maybe a fun aspect of being in law enforcement. You never know what each day is going to bring. This card valued at $3,300, and yeah, they had to do some police work, investigative work, and it wasn't long before they found a potential buyer for this allegedly stolen card. This guy looks like he had it cooked up from the beginning. Like he knew he was going to get a hold of this card, and he knew where he was going to sell it, and it all got unfoiled. It all came apart for poor Justice Giho, the 22-year-old Pokemon card collector and card stealer, allegedly is in custody. What?
Last I checked, in custody, and there was a weird, I noticed another burglary charge for him. Very terse, as affidavits out of that jurisdiction are, but once he's in jail, these detectives are like, oh, by the way, are you the guy that walked through an unlocked greenhouse door and stole a snowblower? And allegedly he's like, yeah, that was me also.
Just yep, guilty. Yeah, that's me.
But that's only $600, so that's a misdemeanor. Snowblower is not as serious as this Pokemon card.
Phew, breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, he had helped himself to a snowblower, stored it behind the Office Depot, and
whoops, I gotta correct myself. It's not a misdemeanor if you break in. So burglary, still felony.
Oh.
Whoops.
Okay.
My bad.
Yeah, just oddness. One of the more odder stories, one of the more oddest stories you'll hear that's not out of Florida. This has Florida written all over it. 22-year-old Cheyenne man charged with felony theft because the Pokemon card is a rare one and an expensive one. Great to see you again after a couple weeks off, Claire. I hope Shireen took good care of you.
Yeah, we had fun. I didn't get to meet with her last week. I guess one of her sources showed up early, but that's okay. I am more of a print gal anyway.
Okay, cool. I know you do this begrudgingly, and I always grill you, and you're careful about how you answer, but I'm glad. It's fun for me.
Thank you. It's fun.
Okay.
For me too.
Cool. Thanks, Claire. Get back at it. Thanks
Thank
for all the
you.
work you're doing. Yeah,
Bye.
it's Claire McFarland in the Zoom room. Every Wednesday, you'll see her on the show, the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a quick break. Coming right back with more here in hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're not nearly done. Lots to do, so stick around.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Hey, we're just cruising right along on a Wednesday, and I want to get to this day in history, do a little rodeo stuff, and move on to more stories that we're featuring today on a Wednesday. We're looking into a lots happening. News never stops. This day in history, let's do that. This day is April 9th, by the way. If you needed to check your calendar on this day in history, these things happened. 1682, man, that goes back. Robert LaSalle reached the Mississippi River. 1682, this day. 1867, the Senate approved the purchase of Alaska. I wonder how much we bought that for. I mean, in today's dollars and in yesterday's dollars. Purchase Alaska. 129 million in today's dollars. Let's see. The purchase of Alaska from the Russian Empire. So Russia, I didn't know that. Russia had once, it's practically Russia still today. I mean, you can stand in western Alaska and wave hi to eastern Russia, and they can see you. I mean, it's the Bering Strait right there, right? The purchase of Alaska from the Russian Empire by the United States on this day in 1867 for $7.2 million. Oh, did we rip them off? Those fools. Today's money, that'd be about $129 million. Still a pretty good deal. I mean, they pull that much in oil out of Alaska in a week, right? $129 million? It's a pretty good deal. Nice move. Now that we've bought Alaska, we're working on bigger things like buying Iceland or Greenland. Greenland's the one Trump wants, right? I don't know what that's going to cost. This day in history, 1884, death on the Wind River Reservation of an elderly Shoshone woman whose grave marker lists her as Sacagawea. Believe what you want, but she almost certainly was not. At the time of the woman's death, there was those supporting the idea that that was Sacagawea, who died on the Wind River Reservation, is buried there. Shoshone woman, 1884, this day. April 9th, 1890, F.E. Warren inaugurated as the first governor of the state of Wyoming. Warren was a Civil War recipient of the Medal of Honor, would shortly become Wyoming's senator. His daughter would marry John F. Pershing, and his name was later given to Cheyenne's Warren Air Force Base, which was the first Fort F.E. Warren. This day in 1890, Fort Laramie, Lieutenant C.W. Taylor presided over a public auction of the buildings and furniture at Fort Laramie. This day in 1890, April 9th, 1892, as we told you yesterday, the beginning of this siege of the Casey Ranch ended on this day with the death of Nate Champion. The siege began yesterday. It was an all-night battle, and this is all part of the Lincoln County Wars. Invaders working for the Stock Growers Association laid siege to Champion's ranch, the KC Ranch, and Champion was finally killed on this day, and a note pinned to his body saying, "This is what happens to cattle thieves, cattle rustlers." 1892, this day it happened. This day in 1937, Nina Moran was appointed state librarian and ex officio state historian. This day in 1942, Wartime Civilian Control Agency administered wartime internment. That meant it was basically this day in 1942 where you started seeing in Wyoming posters showing up all over the place that said, if you are of Japanese ancestry, you must do the following. And there was bullet points and, of course, the beginning of internment camps in 1942 during World War II. This day, 1992, Gail McGee, Wyoming senator from 1959 to 1977, later the U.S. ambassador to the Organization of American States. This is the death of Gail McGee, this day, 1992. In 2004, on this day, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Chance Phelps was killed in action in Iraq. Still remembering Chance Phelps, killed in action in Iraq on this day in 2004. It all happened on this day in history, April 9. Time for the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Let's do it now. Will Rasmussen has it.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Cade Bruno of Challis, Idaho. 3 straight National Finals rodeo qualifications. He's sitting number 2 in the early race for the world title for a 2025 gold buckle. He travels with Wyatt Casper from Texas, who is a 6-time National Finals qualifier. He will talk about the plans for he and his traveling partner coming up next.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff-funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
Not all cattle supplements are created equal. Flaxlick is nutritionally engineered to bridge nutritional gaps, delivering the omega-3s, protein, vitamins, and minerals your herd needs for growth, reproduction, and immune support. Its 24-hour feeding system ensures consistent, controlled nutrient delivery day and night. Backed by research trusted by producers, Flaxlick is not just another tub. It's nutritionally engineered for optimal performance. Explore Flaxlick and find a dealer at smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com.
I mean, you can burn yourself out rodeoing and you know, putting pressure on yourself and thinking you got to get some money won and entering crazy in the summertime. There's so many rodeos anymore. A guy can start in June and hit 100 rodeos if he wants, and so it kind of takes my pressure off my summer, especially June. I think Casper and I have decided not to go to Canada quite as much as we have, so we're gonna ease out to California and we're gonna hit some of them rodeos, and we got San Angelo yet to go down here, and yeah, we're still gonna kind of ease around in April and May and kind of weekend rodeo a little and kind of pick and choose where we want to go. But come June, we're not going to go back to Canada and like we did. We'll make a couple trips up there, but we're not going to get our counts this year. And you know, really having a good winter just kind of eases up on the beginning of my summer. You know, come July, we don't really have a choice in July and August to go rodeo, but it dang sure makes spring and that first month of June a little easier on a guy.
Cade was talking about his traveling partner, Casper. It's Wyatt Casper, who won the National Finals Rodeo last year. A great duo traveling together in 2025. Cade Bruno on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Yeah, back in the show in hour 3 here of the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jay. Couple of stories from Sean Berry, our Washington, D.C. correspondent for Cowboy State Daily. One of them that dropped on April 7th earlier this week. U.S. Senate moves fast on a bill that is backed by Barrasso and Lummis to cut judges' power. President Trump, in his second administration, his second time around here, is, trying to make some bold moves, do some things right off the bat, right in the beginning. And he's been held up. Some of his executive orders, some of his plans and ideas have been held up by some of the country's federal district judges, 677 in all. And they have the power to issue nationwide injunctions. And the Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Charles Grassley of Iowa is considering a vote of a bill co-sponsored by 22 senators in all, but Lummis and Barrasso at the top of the list. Lummis says, in support of this proposed legislation that would limit the ability of judges to invoke injunctions over things that President Trump wants to get done. Lummis says judges are not policy makers. They have not been elected by the American people to legislate, she told the Cowboy State Daily. Our courts should not be a tool for the far-left activists to obstruct every part of Trump's agenda. She signed off on JRCA as original co-sponsor of the bill. And she said, I'm pleased to introduce this legislation with my colleagues to defend our Constitution and end this unconstitutional judicial overreach. Proposed legislation, U.S. Senate moving fast on a bill backed by Barrasso and Lummis that would cut judges' power to invoke injunctions against Trump's designs and plans. Meanwhile, President Trump just yesterday called out Wyoming and said, oh, good on you, Wyoming, for being the top #1 coal state. This story also from Sean Berry. Trump calls out Wyoming while signing pro-coal executive orders. President Donald Trump and the Republican delegation from Wyoming were on hand to see the signing. Trump mentioned Wyoming by name and mentioned both senators and House Rep Harriet Hageman. Trump said, we're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, he said from the podium during a large ceremony gathering of coal miners and other folks. He referred to Wyoming's coal several times as beautiful, clean coal, and only the way Trump can. Wyoming's got coal. Wyoming's got its black coal, beautiful black coal. Trump also mentioned U.S. Senate Republican Whip John Barrasso, called him out. He mentioned Cynthia Lummis, calling her a fantastic woman. And, quote, she believes like I do, the president said. And he even had high praise for Congresswoman Harriet Hageman, calling her one of the finest attorneys you'll ever see, President Trump said. And he said, I've seen her in action, and she is brutal. The words of President Trump as he signed executive orders that would be very pro-coal and help Wyoming as the #1 coal producer, #1 coal producing state. Meanwhile, it's not all Trumpy. It's not all rosy in Trump land. Across the state, particularly in Jackson and in Cody, in Jackson Town Square, in Cody City Park, there were gatherings last weekend that drew hundreds. Cody Enterprise reporting that hundreds were on hand at the Cody City Park the other day to protest. Some 350 estimated in the crowd to protest the Trump administrative cuts to government funding, tariffs, signs saying hands off. Lots of protesters, similar to Jackson experience, where hundreds were gathered in the town square playing the music of Pete Seeger and Chappell Roan. Never thought those two would be played together in the same gathering, but yeah, there were hundreds in Jackson the other day, all protesting Trump. I think it's interesting, and interesting to me and interesting to some of our readers. I saw this letter to the editor of the Cowboy State Daily that I think perfectly encapsulates my feelings on some of the protests. This letter to the editor by Tom Schmidt of Laramie, Wyoming, talking about these protests and these gatherings. Of course, Americans, we have the right to protest. It's one of the great things about America. But the protest, let's just take a look at some of the protesters' signs, for instance. The headline in the Cody Enterprise story is a quote from one of the protesters saying, "Our freedom is important to us." The sign saying things like, "Hands off our lives," and "rule of law." It crossed out. There shouldn't be a rule of law. All these signs saying we should, our freedom is important to us. What about the freedom to, let's say, buy a gas stove in Boulder, Colorado, which you can't do. You want your freedom as a Democrat, as left-leaning? If you talk about freedom and the government choking you, Trump and being hard, and the government too hard, hands off our lives. Hands off our lives when it comes to Democrat-leaning Boulder, Colorado. The biggest city in Colorado that has now banned gas stoves. If you're thinking about building a new house, think about upgrading your kitchen, and you want to get one of those nice Viking stoves, you can't. It's illegal in Boulder to have a gas-powered stove. Why? I don't know. The Democrats are worried you're going to blow up the apartment. They're worried you're not ready for gas. It's government hands-on. If that's not evidence of hands-on government, when they tell you you can't buy a gas stove in Boulder, Colorado, which is primarily Democrat, that sounds to me like there should be a protest with signs saying, hands off our lives. Our freedom is important to us. Same rallying cry could be and should be taking place in Boulder, Colorado by Republicans. But currently it's the cry of Democrats right now and liberals everywhere in Jackson, in Cody, and across Wyoming, where gatherings drew hundreds protesting Trump's administration. This letter to the editor explains it wonderfully from Tom Schmidt. He says it better than I can. His letter to the editor came out, I think, just yesterday. He says it's titled, Hypocritical Democrats Want Government Oppression, Not Freedom. Amen. He said Democrats were out demonstrating while the rest of us in the real world were fixing cars, raising cattle, changing tires, waiting on tables, bartending, drilling for oil, driving trucks, and keeping the lights on and the water running. So that when demonstrators were finished, they could have a latte and go to lunch after their show. Nicely written, nicely said, Tom Schmidt. In my opinion, and yes, I'm not supposed to have political. I don't really have political, but I'm definitely all about hands off. If you want to go protest somewhere and have a sign saying hands off our lives, government, I'm all about that. Yeah. Get out of my life, government. I'm down with that. But where I see the government intrusiveness is when you can't own a gas stove in Boulder, Colorado. That seems to be oppressive. That's hands-on. I think. We got to take a quick break. Be right back with more Cowboy State Daily stories, including what have we not got to? There was like a tussle in Laramie, two guys beating the crap out of each other. That was fun. We might talk about that if there's time. I don't know. There's more. We got a lot to get to. Let's do it after this quick break. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Stay right there. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to For news you can trust, your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show here at Hour 3 on a Wednesday. I'm Jake. You can watch this show, hear this show, consume this show in a variety of different ways when we're live. Weekday mornings, it'll always be on our homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. It'll be the first thing you see when you land on the homepage. If we're live, we're on. You can also enjoy it on YouTube, Facebook Live, X. You can watch it on demand, run it back whenever you're ready for it in the podcast version on all your popular podcast platforms. And we're heard across the Cowboy State on radio stations currently in the Jackson market. Hello to everybody on KJAX. And yeah, or you can just live close enough to me. You can hear me. Open a window and you'll just hear me talking. It might be the easiest way to go because, yeah, I talk kind of loud. My wife chimed in a while ago and said when I was talking about cicadas, she's like, cicadas are not harmful. I thought they were like locusts. I thought when the cicada swarm came through, there was nothing left of the cornfield when they left. And she said, no, cicadas are not destructive, just annoying, the sound they make, the song they sing. We were talking earlier last hour with Don Day, our weather guy, about cicadas and the fact that there is brood number 14 due to appear this spring, scientists believe, that's been laying and waiting to hatch for 17 years. And once the soil temps, and this is mostly back east, once soil temperatures get to like 64 degrees, out they're going to come. And we're going to see a cicada species we have not seen in 17 years. Devastating the land. No, they're not destructive. I have to keep reminding myself. I want to turn this into a horror movie where the cicadas swarm in and eat the town. But no, I guess they don't do that. They don't bite or sting. They don't eat plants. Well, what the heck what good's a cicada swarm? Give me a good cicada swarm where something's getting destroyed. Pick up a Subaru and carry it away. They don't do anything, these cicadas. The laziest periodical cicadas I've ever seen. No wonder they went extinct 17 years ago and buried themselves under the ground. I would bury my head under the ground as well and be ashamed of myself if I got a good cicada swarm going and I didn't even eat one ear of corn. Well, big whoop for the cicada swarm. There's another one coming, though, this spring. We'll see if they can do better this time around. Not that I wish that on our crop-growing friends back in the Midwest and East, where cicadas do their thing. In the South, cicadas are not a problem in Wyoming. Wyoming is just too cold. Wyoming's just too everything to attract a lot of pests. Wyoming can't even attract people. This story from Zachary Sontag. With Wyoming already the least populated state, rural counties deal with population decline. Let's start with Worland, for example, county seat of Washakie. Worland is practically a ghost town these days. Well, compared to years ago. Zach talked to one Worland, longtime Worland guy, Tom Schmelzer, lifelong resident, currently a Washakie County Commissioner. And yeah, he said back in the day, the turn of the century, they had something called Crazy Days. For decades, this was a street fair in downtown Worland. And it was a can't-miss event. It was a block party, live music, retail giveaways, street dance, all taking place on Worland's lively main street known as Bighorn Avenue. It was a big deal. Today, no more. Today, Worland looks a lot different. Many small businesses, like some parts in Wyoming, are a shell of their former self, these towns. For sale signs, boarded up storefronts. Tom Schmelzer said, when I was a kid, Worland was a going son of a gun. We had a Montgomery Ward, a J.C. Penney, and a Hart's Department, and a Marvin's for Men store. If that's what we're basing whether we have a thriving town or not, I don't know. Tom Schmelzer is showing his age. We had a Montgomery Ward. I mean, we were booming, man. We had a J.C. Penney and a Marvin's for Men. I don't know if that is the barometer of whether your community is thriving. Is your community dying or thriving? Well, do you have a Marvin's for Men? We had 3 jewelry shops, 3 pharmacies downtown, Schmelzer said. Now our downtown is the biggest ghost town in the state, really. It's terrible. It's all boarded up. I don't know if it's that bad. There are new businesses trickling in. Local leaders in Worland say the economy's not dead yet. They've gone through booms and busts, but they're hanging in there. Worland, county seat of Washakie County, one of 11 rural counties in the state whose numbers are in decline. 11 of the 23 counties in Wyoming saw population decline. In the latest analysis, between July of 23 and July of 24, the population of Washakie County fell by 1%. Down overall since 1980. It's at its peak, Washakie County had 9,496 people. That's in a county. I know there's some people enjoying this show from outside of Wyoming who can't fathom the idea that even your town has 9,496 people. Your city, your town. The entire county in 1980 at its peak, Washakie had 9,500 people. Today, more like 7,685. Not the only county in decline. Let's look at Niobrara and Lusk, the town in Niobrara, both those in population decline. Several other places. It's just, it's where Wyoming is headed, least populated state, getting less populated, especially in the rural counties where maybe rural work is just too tough. Rural population decline puts pressure on ranching operations and outdoor work and hard work. And maybe nobody wants to do that kind of stuff anymore. Could be part of the reason why we're seeing population decline in rural counties in Wyoming. 11 of the 23 showing population decline. Zachary Sontag had that story in the Cowboy State Daily. You should check that out. Cicadas don't want to come to Wyoming. Some people don't want to live in Wyoming. It's a tough state. What else is going on? I guess let's do a Don Day weather forecast while I collect my thoughts, and then we got a break for the news here at the top of the hour. Here's Don Day with a quick weather forecast across the state. Looking pretty good, but windy. You're going to love Thursday and Friday, though.
Well, after a few showers across northern Wyoming and some windy, mild conditions elsewhere, this Wednesday will be a little cooler. Temperatures still are going to be not bad, 50s and lower 60s, which is actually very close to average for this time of year. But I'm afraid to say still expect it to be very windy, especially along I-80 and I-25. A few showers may linger early today in the northeastern part of the state. Otherwise, we're going to go through today's wind and cooler temperatures and go into a couple of beautiful days Thursday and Friday. Not as much wind, sunshine, warmer temperatures, and Thursday and Friday will likely be dry statewide. We'll carry some of that mild weather into the start of Saturday, but late Saturday and the Sunday, a cold front will arrive, bringing a change in our weather by the weekend. And we'll have more for you on that tomorrow.
Thank you, Don. And just a heads up to my bosses. Yeah, I might be feeling under the weather tomorrow. I anticipate feeling kind of sick on Friday. Thursday and Friday look like really nice days. Don Day will write you a note to play hooky from your job site because days like Thursday and Friday don't come along every day. Cool. Well, I'll be looking forward to that. Meanwhile, we got to take a pause for the cause here. Top of the hour news. We'll see you on the other side of that and continue the Cowboy State Daily Show Wednesday version. Final hour coming up with lots more on the way. See you on the other side of news, and thank you for making us a part of your Wednesday morning routine.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, April 9th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. When a 16-year-old Glen Rock High School student approached Wyoming lawmakers Tuesday at the state capitol to ask for harsher penalties for adults who stalk minors, state leaders agreed to look into it. The teenager was Jillian Holman, who was the victim of a 41-year-old woman who was sentenced last month for impersonating and bullying the girl and another teen. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Management Council, which is the Wyoming legislature's administrative arm, met Tuesday to consider whether the Judiciary Committee should research ways to bolster Wyoming's stalking laws.
Her main point was what the victims in this case perceive as a weak point in Wyoming law, where a grown-up stalking a minor faces a misdemeanor unless there's something like an injury or a protective order already in place. And so she was saying, we should have something harsher when adults stalk children.
Marcy Smith was sentenced to 2 years probation last month and fined less than $1,400. Legal gaming has grown in leaps and bounds in Wyoming over the past few years, and the Wyoming legislature hasn't added much oversight on the $2 billion per year industry. Cowboy State Daily's Leo Wolfson reports that the legislature's Management Council created a new committee Tuesday that will be directed to get better control on legal gaming in Wyoming.
I spoke to Senator John Kolb, a Republican from Rock Springs, who was one of the people who spoke in favor of this proposal. And he just believes that gaming in Wyoming needs a lot more regulation and control, and that the horse has kind of gotten out of the stall, so to speak. So what this select committee will do is look at issues related to gaming and just try to learn a lot more about how it works.
The gaming industry in Wyoming is overseen by a citizen commission and staffed department, but only the legislature can create new laws to rein in the industry. House Bill 85 was brought during this year's legislative session and would have addressed these issues, but it died before passing into law. What's a crime ring with a name that has a do-gooder ring to it? Operation Homeless. What sounds like an initiative to help the growing number of people in Montana with no place to live is actually part of a multi-state criminal operation preying on homeless individuals. And Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that one of the people responsible for this crime spree in multiple states, including Montana and Wyoming, was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison on Monday.
Would recruit them, dress them up to appear as though they were coming from a specific job, and then have them cash a counterfeit check that matched the outfit somehow. They had the technology, the printers, the graphic arts skills.
Stanford Lightfoot, a 33-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, pleaded guilty to bank fraud and aggravated identity theft. He was sentenced Monday to 57 months in prison and ordered to pay over $160,000 in restitution. Decorah Smith, Lightfoot's co-defendant, pleaded guilty to similar charges. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Want to give back to the place you call home? You can leave a lasting legacy gift with the Wyoming Community Foundation's 5 to Thrive initiative. It's simple. Just leave 5% of your wealth to support local nonprofits while keeping 95% for your loved ones. We like to call it Give Where You Live. Your gift stays right here, building a stronger and thriving Wyoming for generations to come. Visit wycf.org to learn more, because a thriving Wyoming starts with you. That's wycf.org.
Colossal Biosciences, the company whose goal is to genetically resurrect the woolly mammoth by 2028, rocked the world Monday by unveiling the return of a long-extinct species, the dire wolf. Romulus and Remus, two white-haired pups, were born in October 2024 with the genetics from dire wolves that lived 11,500 and 72,000 years ago. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the depth of this achievement is more nuanced than two happy, healthy, white-haired wolf pups.
What they did was they analyzed the complete genome of dire wolves, which went extinct 10,000 years ago. They found 14 to 20 unique genetic signifiers that showed how dire wolves were different from modern-day gray wolves. And then they just did some tampering so that these two wolf pups named Romulus and Remus were born with the genetic characteristics of dire wolves rather than gray wolves.
In the meantime, ongoing research at Natural Trap Cave in Wyoming's Bighorn Basin and the famous La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles, California, is trying to answer questions about the prehistoric world that left dire wolves and other prehistoric species behind. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I get clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continuing in the final hour here on a Wednesday show. For those of you in the Jackson area, celebration of life for Dylan Grant, the rodeo bull rider that was killed last week in Texas. Celebration of life will be at the Presbyterian Church on April 26th. In Jackson. That would have been Dylan Grant's 25th birthday. Died at the age of 24 last Friday at the Extreme Bull event down there in Texas. Presbyterian Church, 3 o'clock, reception and a meal to follow April 26th in Jackson, celebration of life for Dylan Grant. As that was announced by his grandmother, Yvonne Robertson. I'm kind of concerned. I'm wondering if Leo Wolfson's going to join us. Leo joins us usually on Friday mornings. I have him down also for Wednesday, but I think I'm the only one that expects him on Wednesday. I don't know if Leo got that memo because he rarely pops in on Wednesdays. So we'll hold a spot for him, but meanwhile, I'm a lot concerned about the U.S. honeybee die-off. It continues. A story from New Scientist. I think we all are aware at this point that the bee, the honeybee, the good bees, there's bad bees, there's bad actor bees, there's wasps, there's hornets, some of them really no good. There's, isn't there like a killer bee also out of Asia or something? But the good bee, the honey-making bee, is the one we need. This is the one that pollinates flowers and crops. I mean, we got to have the honeybee. Its implications in the ecosystem and the potential loss of the honeybees, devastating. And for some reason, over the last decade or more, the bees have been in decline, dying off. Been all kinds of speculation as to why. You know, are there homing instincts? Can they not fly around? Like, is it pesticides? Pesticides number one is usually cited. Possibly. Is it other things? What is killing the honeybees? The largest ever. And this isn't over. This isn't, there's no positive news here. In fact, it gets worse. New Scientist is reporting the largest ever U.S. honeybee die-off has destroyed 1.6 million colonies, not bees, colonies of bees. Beekeepers across the United States are no strangers to experiencing some seasonal losses. But this past winter, they say, has destroyed more than half of all U.S. honeybee colonies. Died off. Largest loss in U.S. history. That's a problem. A real problem. And yeah, I'm concerned because, I've read lots of stuff where it shows the vitalness, the importance of the honeybee to pollinate and to help our crop. Like, that's a crucial species, and they're in the die-off. They're in decline, and nobody knows why. Scientists baffled. Still don't know why we're losing the honeybee. When we have Kevin Meyer on next week, we have him on Tuesdays. We just talked to him yesterday. Kevin Meyer, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world. I got to remember next week to talk to him about this shocking story. Kawasaki has developed a hydrogen-powered robotic horse that you can ride. This is like next level ATV, next level four-wheeler. There's some places four-wheelers can't go. It's too rocky. Four-wheelers don't always need a road. You can take an ATV over some pretty rough terrain, but I mean, what about really, 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 really rough terrain? And this Kawasaki has unveiled what just looks so futuristic. I mean, this is a mechanical rideable horse. I'm sharing some video. It's just wild. There's no audio to it. It's a four-legged robot horse that can cover like uneven ground and some wicked terrain. I mean, it sort of looks like a horse, except, you've got handlebars and it's powered by hydrogen instead of hay. But, oh man, that is freaky futuristic. I'm going to talk to Kevin Meyer about that. And he's a horse trainer by trade. I'll ask him what he thinks about this kind of a horse. I don't know how trainable that kind of a horse could be. A story from Claire McFarland about neighbors. This headline is eye-catching for sure. You don't see these every day. Neighbors tried to get Laramie man to stop slamming another man's head into the asphalt. Ouch. 28-year-old man faces aggravated assault charges after witnesses saw him slamming another man's head onto the street last month in Laramie. The case rose to felony level just last week. And it all comes down to Kelland Smith, 28-year-old, facing one count of aggravated assault in Albany County District Court. Laramie police officer Hunter Rope arrived onto the situation back on March 7th, South Spruce Street in Laramie in the afternoon, found Smith attacking another man in the street, with Smith dropping F-bombs and yelling and claiming the man he was beating up had raped him when he was 4 years old. And he was getting revenge. He was fixated on getting revenge. He was beating this man. When the man would turn and put his belly down to the ground and try to cover his head, Smith allegedly would pull him around and hit him some more and then banging his head into the street, allegedly. Neighbors tried to intervene. Nobody could stop it until finally the officer arrived onto the scene, and Officer Hunter Rope, and took Kelland Smith, 28-year-old, into custody. He claimed the man he was beating up raped him when he was 4 years old, but he is facing now aggravated assault charges rising to a felony level charges in court. That story from Claire McFarland. We're going to take a quick break here because I do not see Leo and I do want to reach out. Let me take our first break of the final hour and we'll come right back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Wednesday, April 9th. I'm Wendy Kaur, bringing you headlines from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, brought to you by Wyoming Community Gas. The choice gas selection period ends on Wednesday, April 23rd. This is your opportunity to select your natural gas provider for the coming year. For more information, visit wyomingcommunitygas.org. The UW Faculty Senate on Monday evening drafted a resolution of no confidence in UW President Ed Seidel's leadership following some departmental turnover and recent funding controversies and allegation that he falls short involving others in major decision-making. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the UW Board of Trustees considered that statement and the concerns that prompted it during a lengthy executive session Tuesday morning.
The Board of Trustees descended into this 2-hour-long executive session to discuss personnel matters. And that's usually a harbinger, like, we're going to get out of the executive session and we're going to vote what to do with this person. That's generally how those go, right? Even though by law they're private. And so he was very nervous and gave a speech like, I am going to do better, including others in my decision-making in top decisions at this university. And he was looking just nervous. And then the executive session happened and everyone came out. The board chair said, we're going to make a committee to promote this concept of shared governance that the faculty have identified as a weak spot. And when that was going on, Seidel was hands clasped, looking grateful, looking emotional. And so I did confirm with the university spokesman, as of Tuesday, he is still the president.
Seidel promised publicly in Tuesday morning's board meeting to address faculty and leadership concerns. Wyoming's congressional delegation Tuesday basked in the glow of a White House ceremony where President Donald Trump signed 4 executive orders aimed at reversing a nearly decade-long decline of coal. It's potentially a watershed moment to boost the economy of the nation's #1 coal state, according to Cowboy State Daily's Sean Barry.
What these executive orders would do is be incredibly important to the coal industry. It's going to revitalize coal. The reason this is so important is, as most Wyomingites know, Wyoming is by far the nation's #1 coal producing state. No state is going to benefit from this more than Wyoming. These orders to help the coal industry by, for example, removing the moratorium on federal leases. Coal companies, like other energy companies, lease federal lands. Well, there was a moratorium on that. This scraps the moratorium. It does other things. It looks to keep coal-fired electricity plants up and continuing to run, even though many of them were scheduled to be retired. But the most memorable moment for sure was when Trump singled out the 2 U.S. senators and Rep. Harriet Hageman as well.
The nation's 2 largest coal mines by far are in Wyoming's Powder River Basin, which extends north into Montana. An anguished father stood in a Trona County District Court on Tuesday asking for the maximum sentence possible for the 16-year-old boy who killed his daughter, shooting her at point-blank range in a Southside park last May. Evan Castaner pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of his former girlfriend, Linnea Brown, in a deal with prosecutors. At the end of Tuesday's 2-hour sentencing hearing, Judge Daniel Forgy sentenced Castaner to 42 to 75 years in prison, a move that concerned the defendant's attorney, according to Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck.
His attorney, Ryan Summerad, is appealing that decision. He's arguing that on a second-degree murder charge, which he pled to, which he agreed to in a plea deal, that it's not only unconstitutional, but it's illegal because he's a juvenile, and it would put him in a place where it would be technically a life sentence because he's as young as he is, 16 years old right now.
Brown's father told the packed courtroom that the death of his daughter at age 17 at Castaner's hands changed his family's lives forever. Legal gaming has grown in leaps and bounds in Wyoming over the past few years, and the Wyoming legislature hasn't added much oversight on the $2 billion per year industry. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that the legislature's Management Council created a new committee Tuesday that will be directed to get better control on legal gaming in Wyoming.
I spoke to Senator John Kolb, a Republican from Rock Springs, who was one of the people who spoke in favor of this proposal. And he just believes that gaming in Wyoming needs a lot more regulation and control, and that the horse has kind of gotten out of the stall, so to speak. So what this select committee will do is look at issues related to gaming and just try to learn a lot more about how it works. Senator Tim Salazar said that he believes there's kind of a sentiment in the legislature that a lot of people don't understand how it works, so they don't even want to deal with it.
The gaming industry in Wyoming is overseen by a citizen commission and staffed department, but only the legislature can create new laws to rein in the industry. House Bill 85 was brought during this year's legislative session and would have addressed these issues, but it died before passing into law. And now let's take a look at today's weather with Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day.
Well, after a few showers across northern Wyoming and some windy, mild conditions elsewhere, this Wednesday will be a little cooler. Temperatures still are going to be not bad, 50s and lower 60s, which is actually very close to average for this time of year. But I'm afraid to say still expect it to be very windy, especially along I-80 and I-25. A few showers may linger early today in the northeastern part of the state. Otherwise, we're going to go through today's wind and cooler temperatures and go into a couple of beautiful days, Thursday and Friday. Not as much wind, sunshine, warmer temperatures, and Thursday and Friday will likely be dry statewide. We'll carry some of that mild weather into the start of Saturday, but late Saturday and the Sunday, a cold front will arrive, bringing a change in our weather by the weekend. And we'll have more for you on that tomorrow.
You can get Don's full forecast on the Cowboy State Daily website. I'll be back in just 15 seconds with more news.
We're a company seeking to develop a rare earth element mine outside of Wheatland, Wyoming. Rare earth elements are magnet metals, an important industrial input in everything from your cell phone to an F-35 fighter jet. We're trying to bring a domestic supply online so that our country doesn't have to rely on China. Please visit our website at AmericanRareEarths.com.
Colossal Biosciences, the company whose goal is to genetically resurrect the woolly mammoth by 2028, rocked the world Monday by unveiling the return of a long-extinct species, the dire wolf. Romulus and Remus, two white-haired pups, were born in October 2024 with the genetics from dire wolves that lived 11,500 and 72,000 years ago. But Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the depth of this achievement is more nuanced than the two happy, healthy, white-haired wolf pups.
What they did was they analyzed the complete genome of dire wolves, which went extinct 10,000 years ago. They found 14 to 20 unique genetic signifiers that showed how dire wolves were different from modern-day gray wolves. And then they just did some tampering so that these two wolf pups named Romulus and Remus were born with the genetic characteristics of dire wolves rather than gray wolves. So that should mean that they should be slightly larger, have stronger and bigger teeth in some respects, and they have white coats, which took one of the scientists I spoke to by surprise. Wyoming didn't contribute to the resurrection of dire wolves in this case, but they have been part of that discussion.
In the meantime, ongoing research at Natural Trap Cave in Wyoming's Bighorn Basin and the famous La Brea tar pits in Los Angeles, California, is trying to answer questions about the prehistoric world that left dire wolves and other prehistoric species behind. When a 16-year-old Glen Rock High School student approached Wyoming lawmakers Tuesday at the state capitol to ask for harsher penalties for adults who stalk minors, state leaders agreed to look into it. The teenager was Jillian Holman, who was the victim of a 41-year-old woman who was sentenced last month for impersonating and bullying the girl and another teen. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the Management Council, which is the Wyoming legislature's administrative arm, met Tuesday to consider whether the Judiciary Committee should research ways to bolster Wyoming's stalking laws.
She went up by herself and she talked about what she had gone through and her hopes for the new legislation. Several lawmakers commented on her courage and said that they wanted to support her, that they wanted to help her. Her main point was what the victims in this case perceive as a weak point in Wyoming law, where a grown-up stalking a minor faces a misdemeanor unless there's something like an injury or a protective order already in place. They just face a misdemeanor. And so she was saying, we should have something harsher when adults stalk children.
Marcy Smith stalked Jillian and Jillian's boyfriend, Preston Sorensen, for nearly a year. Smith was sentenced to 2 years probation last month and fined less than $1,400. Well, it's a crime ring with a name that has a do-gooder ring to it, Operation Homeless. What sounds like an initiative to help the growing number of people in Montana with no place to live is actually part of a multi-state criminal operation preying on homeless individuals. And Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that one of the people responsible for this crime spree in multiple states, including Montana and Wyoming, was sentenced to nearly 5 years in prison on Monday.
We've heard all about cyber fraud. We've heard about the predatory phone calls on our seniors. Now comes a new category of fraud that really stoops to some low levels. That's according to the very stern language voiced in the charges against 2 men from Georgia who preyed on the unhoused, on homeless men specifically, and would recruit them, dress them up to appear as though they were coming from a specific job, and then have them cash a counterfeit check that matched the outfit somehow. They had the technology, the printers, the graphic arts skills, somehow the intel on those numbers, those account numbers and those names to create really believable phony paychecks. And they got away with it until the banks flagged them.
Stanford Lightfoot, a 33-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, pleaded guilty to bank fraud and aggravated identity theft. He was sentenced Monday to 57 months in prison and ordered to pay over $160,000 in restitution. Decorah Smith, Lightfoot's co-defendant, pleaded guilty to similar charges. And on March 21st, 1962, a 2-year-old black bear named Yogi had a rough day. He was ejected from a supersonic bomber at an altitude of 35,000 feet, supposedly to test the effectiveness of the bomber's escape system for human flight crews. According to accounts of the test, Yogi landed safely and apparently unharmed 7 minutes and 49 seconds after he was ejected. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that despite surviving that adventure, poor Yogi's fate was still sealed.
They wanted to test, I guess, the viability of the ejection system. It was an actual pod that the pilot or crew members would eject out of. But instead of risk a human the first time around, they used a bear. Yogi was a 2-year-old black bear. They put him in there and ejected him. I think they were at 35,000 feet going around 870 miles per hour when they ejected poor Yogi. And he survived the ordeal. Unfortunately, a short while later, they put him down so they could do examination of his internal organs to see what sort of damage had occurred.
One retired Wyoming ecologist pointed out that it's likely that Yogi endured his ejection ordeal and later died for no reason, because using a bear to test human survivability under extreme conditions just doesn't make sense. Other than the fact that humans and bears are both mammals, the physiology and anatomy are very different. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. And you can watch this newscast every day by clicking subscribe on our YouTube channel, or you can listen to us on your favorite podcast app. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, here we are in the final hour of a Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and that's all the news that is news. Thank you, Wendy. We'll add this for those of you traveling or have just finished. I just finished up a 2-week spring break, but many still traveling around. The food and wine has put out their annual 10 best airport food, the 10 best worldwide airports for food and drink, according to the experts, and the 10 best United States airports for food and drink. And taking a look at the 10 best U.S., the world airports, just a mixed bag of kind of everything from Tokyo to United Emirates, the UAE. But the U.S., these are airports you and I are more likely to drop in on. Top food and drink airports in the United States, as you would expect, some of the bigger airports, the Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport in Georgia, voted among the best, if not the best. Chicago O'Hare International. I got to take another quick break. Sorry.
The Game and Fish is gathering comment on the designation of the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor with public meetings this week in western Wyoming. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. Throughout April, public meetings will be held to seek input regarding the ongoing designation of the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor. Game and Fish wildlife managers are moving forward with the designation process in accordance with Wyoming's Migration Corridor Executive Order. The meetings will allow the public to ask questions, provide feedback, and discuss the identified migration corridor as well as the draft biological risk and opportunity assessment. Game and Fish Deputy Director of External Affairs Doug Brimmeyer says Wyoming's open landscapes provide key migration paths for species such as mule deer and antelope. He says evaluating these vital movement areas is an important measure towards conserving habitats and maintaining healthy big game populations in the state. Collaboration with landowners, agency managers, and the public is an essential part of the process. 3 public meetings will be held to gather input. April 9th at 6 p.m. in Green River at Western Wyoming Community College John Wesley Powell Room. April 10th at 3 p.m. in Jackson at the Wyoming Game and Fish Regional Office. And on April 15th at 6 p.m. in Pinedale at the Sublette County Library Lovett Room. The steps toward designating a migration corridor are outlined in the Wyoming Mule Deer and Antelope Migration Corridor Protection Executive Order. The Commission voted to identify the corridor and move forward in the designation process at its March 2024 meeting in Pinedale. After considering the identified corridor, the biological risk assessment, and public comment, the Game and Fish Commission will vote on whether to recommend to Governor Mark Gordon that the identified corridor be formally designated at their July 2025 meeting in Evanston. The deadline to submit comments is 5 p.m. May 2nd. Written comments will be presented to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission before their July 2025 meeting. Comments can be submitted through an online form on the Game and Fish Department website or by mail to the Pinedale Game and Fish Regional Office. Visit the Wyoming Game and Fish Department website to learn more about the identification of the migration corridor and also view helpful resources on the website. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
All right, sorry for the interruption. I'm back. More on Food and Wine's best U.S. airports for food and drink. And Atlanta is not a bad place to spend a 3-hour layover, let's say, because of their food and drink. Chicago O'Hare comes in at number 2, JFK Airport. 2 New York City airports, JFK and LaGuardia, make the list. The Austin Bergstrom International Airport in Texas is a great place to get some food and drink if you're laid over there. Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport also makes the top 10 list. San Francisco International Airport in California. Denver, many folks, I know United Airlines has a major hub through Denver. Anybody flying out of my neck of the woods, Jackson, if you're flying on United, you often have to stop in Denver. Great place to have something to eat and drink. They make the list. Miami International Airport in Florida and Seattle-Tacoma International Airport in Washington round out the top 10 best airports to eat and drink at, according to Food and Wine. And while you're there, don't forget to tip. What is the art of tipping? What is the state of tipping in the United States? How much do you tip? I'd be interested to know. There was a nationwide poll done recently, and it reveals the tipping behaviors of Americans here in modern day time, 2025. tipping expectations. How much do we tip? What age groups tend to tip? And how much do we tip and where? And it's interesting results. For instance, who would you guess tips more, men or women? And by the way, the U.S. average, if you looked at tips across the United States, the average tip is about 18.85%, which is what, often you'll go to a restaurant if gratuity, if the tip has already been added, especially for large parties, you'll often see a restaurant add an extra 18%. And that's about average for the United States. 18.85% is the U.S. average for tipping, according to this new survey. Men tip more than women. Men tip on average a little more than 19%. Women, 18.6%. Age groups. Who do you think tips more, younger or older? Younger is the answer. The age group 18 to 28 are the second highest tipper. They tip on average 19.3%. Highest tippers, those in the 29 to 44 age range. The cheapest, lowest tippers, if you're over 61 years old, you're the stingiest. 16.4% average tip from the older age group by state. What states do you think tip the most? It turns out Wyoming's fairly generous. If you look at how the states break down, based on an online survey of over 2,000 adults conducted late last February, just this past February, found that, on the lower end, states like California, 17.4%. Towards the bottom, actually. That's pretty stingy, California, considering, for instance, Mississippi, like one of the poor, if not the poorest state. Folks from Mississippi tip 18.4% on average, compared to California's 17.4%. That's terrible, California. Wyoming was up towards the top and as big tippers, not quite as generous as those in West Virginia who topped the list. Indiana was number one, 20.33% tippers. West Virginia not far behind, 20.31%. Wyoming, though, on average, the average Wyomingite tips 19.35% on the restaurant bill. 19.3, that's above the U.S. average. Montana did pretty well as well, 19.68. So, yeah, by state. And what are the reasons? What is your motivation for tipping? I thought this was interesting. Folks, what describes your motivation for how to tip? Is it based on service? 57% of us said, yes, it's the quality of service. If I receive exceptional service, I'll tip more. It's based on service. 57% of us say it's service related. 7% of us tip just because they believe it's part of a service worker's wage. They understand that the average server receives minimum wage and they get a lot of their money through tips. 7% of us, that's the reason we tip. 14% of us say we tip just by social pressure. The pressure to tip, we feel it. What best describes your attitude towards tipping? Some 22% of people say, I tip out of gratitude and appreciation for service workers. But most of us wish that tipping did not exist. 39% of us say, I wish tipping didn't exist and workers were paid higher adequate wages. 28% of us admit to tipping because we feel pressured or obligated. And 10% of us say we truly avoid tipping unless
It's truly earned an exceptional service. Just the state of tipping I found was interesting news, according to a new online survey. We'll take our final break of the day. We'll come back with Don Day's extended weather forecast after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
Yeah, back to it. Final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Thanks for being here with us. Weather changes in the air. The wind is bringing good weather for once, and you're going to love Thursday and Friday across the state. Today, not too bad either. A little bit of rain to deal with, not much. But wind, yeah. Don Day's extended weather forecast shows, though, a glorious Thursday and Friday, and then the weekend breaks down. Here's what it looks like from dayweather.com.
Welcome to Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. Your Day with a Podcast brought to you by ConverseCountyTourism.com. Feel the energy of Converse County. Explore Douglas's Railroad Heritage, Ayers Natural Bridge, and the Jackalope Legend. Glen Rock boasts scenic trails, dinosaur history, and small town charm. Plan your visit at ConverseCountyTourism.com. Well, we're going to see a pattern similar today to what we had yesterday, as we have this Pacific front and trough coming on through very quickly, mainly affecting the northern areas with showers, but making everybody windy, making everybody a little bit cooler. This system, though, in and out in a blink of an eye. We have a break in the weather tomorrow and Friday. Tomorrow and Friday look superb. Beautiful spring weather, especially Friday. Temperatures will really rebound, but a frontal system will approach quickly this weekend. This will bring colder temperatures. It will bring showers again. The showers, there'll be a bias. The best chance of getting wet will be Montana, northern Wyoming, and North Dakota and South Dakota, and Saskatchewan and Manitoba and Alberta. Those areas are going to have the best chances of getting moisture. There's going to be some showers further south. It's just nothing to write home about. They're not going to really add up to very much. But boy, after a warm-up tomorrow, Friday, and a good part of Saturday for a lot of you will be very warm. But by Sunday and Monday, you'll notice it a lot colder, as some colder air will come in on the backside of that system. Now, in the longer term, you've heard me complaining here recently about the inability of the long-range modeling to really have any kind of consistent message. They've just been all over the place. Honestly, not really even usable. So do we have artificial intelligence, AI, or artificial confusion in the long term? So what I'm talking about here, I'll show you in a minute at the end of this podcast, is we've got some very different solutions between what we call the deterministic modeling and the AI modeling, which is trying to learn from mistakes in the past and kind of learn on maybe what the weather pattern will do instead of just using the deterministic situation with the model. But is it good AI or bad AI or somewhere in between? Don't know. Time will tell. Nice shot from the air there looking southwest of Livingston, Montana, where the snow has left the lower elevations and retreating up a little bit higher as we get warmer. Now, do you see a rainbow? If you look closely, you can see a very faint rainbow there just above the power lines right there from the shower activity in the Virga that went through northern Wyoming yesterday. Then classic lenticular clouds east of the Wind River Range near Lander there. Those lenticular clouds can span miles horizontally, north, south, and east, west if conditions are right, and we'll see more of that activity today. The surface map shows, again, a fairly quiet weather pattern for April. We've got some weather in the northeast. In fact, they're going to get some snow up here in New England, a real late season snow for them. Very cold in the northeast. Here's the next Pacific trough in front zipping across the area today. And the water vapor satellite imagery shows very well the flow of moisture in the mid and high levels and a strong jet stream wind associated with this ripple coming on through with high pressure over central California that's going to build and grow once all of this gets shoved off to the east. So you can see that flow matches very well what you see with the water vapor when we go to the 500 millibar chart following along the contour lines there. With the west-east flow perpendicular to the mountains, you know what that means. It's going to be windy. Here are the showers that are going to be noted basically through today. Nothing to write home about. Very dry across the southwestern United States. Very dry across this part of the region. All of the activity has a bias to the north. And today, those are the wind gusts. Now, these aren't crazy winds, but high-profile vehicles pulling trailers along I-80 and I-25, be ready for the wind. Again, nothing terribly strong. I call these nuisance winds, and they'll certainly be with us today and into the overnight hours. Then, by Friday, we've got this nice high pressure that comes in right behind it. More cold weather for the Great Lakes in the east, while we have a big warm-up. Air mass change. The air comes up out of the desert states right into the Rockies. Going to be a very warm, sunny Thursday and Friday. Make it tea time, especially on Friday. The next trough approaches, comes in from the Pacific Northwest. Ahead of it, though, look at the warmth on Friday. Desert air gets pushed all the way into Canada. So this is where you get a big warm-up. But notice, it's not warm for everybody. It's going to be pretty cold in the central and the east and the northeast. Cool weather comes into British Columbia and the Pacific Northwest with the next approaching trough. By Sunday morning, we have a strong low right along the U.S.-Canadian border. We're going to have a cold frontal boundary coming through the central and northern Rockies overnight Saturday into the day Sunday. So for a lot of you, a lot of Saturday is going to be nice. but you're going to see some shower activity developing ahead of this a little bit further back into these areas here as early as Saturday morning and the Saturday afternoon. Then overnight Saturday and the Sunday, this front comes through. Notice the wind direction change. We showed you this yesterday. Winds aloft come back in from the northwest. That draws in much colder air behind the system. Now, this is where the weather pattern stops becoming, well, at least reasonably predictable, as you'll see here in a moment. But we will see a colder shot Sunday and Monday. Some showers with this system. This is not a terribly moist system. It's basically bringing some moisture from up here, and there's just not a lot. The mountains are going to take a lot of it. But there will be a little bit of shower activity as it comes on by. By Monday morning, we see the low straight on the U.S.-Canadian border, the colder air, the trough, the front comes in on the backside and sends colder air south. So this is the moisture that's going to be associated with the system Saturday, Sunday into Monday morning. So you can see the moisture will be heaviest in the northern areas. Now there is going to be on the southern base of the trough, in this area here, there is going to be a little bit of shower activity, maybe a couple of isolated thunderstorms as we get into Saturday night, Sunday. They're just not going to amount to much, but there probably is going to be more showers in that area than it's showing, but we're just talking about showers, nothing that's going to be widespread or consistent. Temperatures, though, by noon Sunday really tank, and by Monday, the colder air spreads over and along and east of the divide. So after some very warm weather Thursday through Saturday, Sunday and Monday, and probably in the Tuesday, will be quite a bit colder. So we're pretty confident that between now and next Tuesday, this is how things shape up. It's after that time frame where we're going to have some differences in the models. And every model suite, the European, the Canadian, the GFS, the other models that we look at, all have a different story once we get beyond Tuesday. A lot of that has to do with the changing seasons. The time of year when we transition from one season to another, there's a lot going on, and it's a lot for the models to pick up on. One thing you got to remember about models, they always start with an initial set of conditions. And over time, each forecast is made based on the forecast that was made before it. So you only have one set of measured data. So what happens over time is, that's why forecasts over time, the further out, become more inaccurate. But all of these models are basically initialized with the same set of data. They all just kind of, the way they assess the information is different between them. But over time, one error becomes a bigger error. So just one small error 5 days into the forecast becomes a huge error, as we get into the 10-day forecast. So what I want to show you is the middle to the end of the next week and as we look ahead into Easter weekend. So the European model shows a winter-like cold front pushing through the area by next Wednesday and Thursday, kind of similar to what's going to happen this weekend. It's along the Canadian border. It drags a cold front through. The air behind it's pretty darn cold for the middle to the end of next week, with a little bit of a cutoff low over the southwestern United States. Basically, this would be just a fast-moving front, not very moist, but it would certainly drop temperatures again. So you take a look at that and say, okay, that makes sense. There's really nothing crazy about this solution, although it looks more like a January or February solution as opposed to an early spring solution. The artificial intelligence, the AI version of the European, and I took the lows and highs out of this graphic to make it a little bit easier to see. What I want you to notice is the structure, where the troughs are and where the ridges are. So this would be a ridge, this would be a ridge, and then these would be, the troughs would be where the lows are. So the AI version looks like this. Notice there's no front in southern Canada, no low in southern Canada. Actually, next Wednesday and Thursday has a high pressure ridge over the Central Rockies. So I'm going to draw a line here. So the ridge is in the AI. The same line here, roughly, is a trough. Trough here, ridge here. This may not seem like a lot visually, but I will tell you it makes a huge difference in terms of how the weather will unfold once we get to 7, 10 to 14 days away, because the weather will behave differently if it's this solution compared to this one, especially Easter weekend, as you'll see here in a moment. So the AI is trying to learn from previous weather patterns going back from the late 1940s to present on what's happened historically and interface that with the deterministic or just the straight model solution. So the AI is kind of going, I don't see that. Historically, this doesn't really match up with what you're saying. This does. And then if we go out further, this is Easter weekend. Easter weekend on the European deterministic model just shows a straight zonal flow across the U.S. This is basically no weather at all, barely any, a cutoff low over Mexico, but a lot of the U.S. Easter weekend mild and dry, mostly dry, because of the west to east flow across the U.S., which brings Pacific air across the nation. So an Easter weekend where there's barely any weather whatsoever. The AI says, no, we're going to bring in a trough coming in rather strongly as we get into Easter morning, this Sunday after this one, with a high building in the Gulf of Alaska. And if that happens, then we have a broad trough forming. So do we have a big western trough Easter weekend, or do we have this? If you take this for face value, no. If you take this for face value, yes. Not very helpful. That's why I'm not really going past next Tuesday's forecast with any amount of certainty. So this is a little bit of inside baseball in terms of what we're seeing. And remember, your forecast on your phone or your favorite app, your favorite website is going to be based on this solution, not this one. Now let's go a little further out. Let's go out to 15 days. 15 days out, not much excitement on the European model here at the end of April. The end of April should be cooler, more wet, more active. The European really doesn't show that. The AI shows the development of a cutoff low in the western United States, which would be a wet signal, a much cooler signal, and something that's, well, we've seen more frequently in the past instead of 14 days out, because that's when most of our weather, if it does happen, will occur, and it will be interesting to see if the AI sniffs this out or not. Have yourself a good Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, and that's going to do it for us as well. That'll wrap up the show. We'll see you first thing tomorrow. Have a great Wednesday, as Don Dave said. The Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues tomorrow. We'll see you.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.